There we go. Buttons being slow this morning. Afternoon, actually. Good afternoon, folks. We have more of the Pale Beyond to get through today. Last time, I promise, when the stream just disconnected, it totally was not for raging purposes. It turns out that these disconnections we've been having more frequently is a Comcast outage. So it was. The internet, after all, trudging along worse and worse until eventually. It just like dropped for the entire night. But should be in better condition now. And the good news is that this is officially 6 months of Fennec and I moving in the same apartment together. But the good news is, other than that the, what do you call it? The internet disconnecting the last time we streamed this means that at the very least, we get to redo week 4 from the top of week 4. Or do we? It says night now. Maybe it saves my progress. I guess it does then, wouldn't it? No. Would it? Because when I quit the game, it says any unsaved progress would be lost. Typical, but... does it actually autosave throughout the week unless you elect to go back? Select a week to continue from. No, it starts at night. Does it? Hold on. I guess we'll find out when we go back into it. Because this looks to me, yeah, like it's starting off back with the captain election and then proceeding from there. So it doesn't, in fact, autosave throughout the week. If you want to leave and come back in, it is from the start of the week each time. Well, now we know. And so that confirms the good news then that even if it's annoying that Comcast had a burp and dropped the stream, we at least get to keep a few people in line now, because it turns out that there is a bit of politics at play, right? And it's not just do what people like, and they'll like you for it and vote for you. Turns out that doesn't work so well in real life either. But I really gotta coddle people in how I talk to them. Like the doctor, right? The doctor had the person who was burned with steam. And all I simply asked, "Doctor, is there nothing more we can do?" I wasn't attacking him, I wasn't putting him down. But apparently that dropped support. How dare I ask the doctor, is there anything else? No. So I gotta walk on eggshells with these people. And so even though I was gonna roll with the punches, little blessing from Comcast means we get to avoid at least a couple of upsets. So let's rush on through this. Still no sign of Hunt. Going to, for the most part, try to get similar options, text options as the last time. Rufus, Hunt is missing. And is it alone? Sanders, Sparrow, and Gren. The 3 people, the 3 only crew, who were described as ice savvy. Ice savvy sailor missing. Ice savvy sailor missing. Ice savvy sailor missing. Everyone else I got. The most unique thing among them are stowaway and wounded. So that's great. What's also great is that I just had to put Lefty on the boiler, right? That puts... well, it doesn't show it yet, but the politics all comes down to which of the specialists they support. Some people are loyal to themselves, or to me directly. Lots of people are loyal to Kurt, some people loyal to Templeton, As far as the sailors go, right now it's a 4-4 split between those who are loyal to Junior and those who are loyal to Grimly. It would be a 4-4 split, except I just had to put a man on the boiler who's loyal to Junior, who's loyal to me. I should have put... Oh, I should have put gnomes on the boiler. Oh well. Maybe there's like character reasons why some people shouldn't be out at a given time too. Cannot be too sure, Templeton. I put some coconut water into this hot chocolate. It's not quite fully coconut tasting right now, but it does taste much more smooth. "35 weeks on the Temperance." Take the hat. +1 captain's hat. Given the type of game this is, I do wish there was like a log you can go back to see what did they just say in case you missed it. Declare the captain and the missing crew dead. No need to complicate things. They might as well be. If I say I won't lie to them, it doesn't drop his loyalty right away. But it will if I do come out and say they're missing. A lot of what made week 4 take so long, up until... up until Comcast is connected, was making a whole lot of decisions about who's going to go where, and checking out the new interfaces and such. So, without that to get through, this should be somewhat speedy. Absence of Turner. Which one's Turner? I know most of them by their nicknames. Oh. Conspicuous absence of the one who's in the med bay right now. Captain Hunt no longer serving his post, vote the new captain. Nominate Officer Shaw as first mate. What of Hunt? Start the voting process. Abstain because he's wounded. Shaw and those loyal to him. Nutley is loyal to me, but I could drop that so easily. Kurt loyal to me, Grimly loyal to Hunt. Junior loyal to Hunt. Hammond abstaining. Ingrid abstaining. If it wasn't for Kasha, I'd be boned. The photographer being the one tiebreaker. Confirmed captain of the expedition. Acting captain in Hunt's stead. Fully willing to accept that, Grimly. Fully willing to accept it. For those who don't know me, I'm Robin Shaw. As I look to you, obvious question spills forth. Where's Captain Hunt? It is unclear at the moment. If I simply say he has abandoned us, then Templeton is surprised and then -5. Between him and the scientist, it's 4 votes. I can't afford to lose them. He wants me to say he's dead. I'm going to say it's unclear at the moment. Templeton, Captain Hunt is dead. Just going for it. You know, if it's him saying it, it's not me telling the lie. It's Templeton declaring it. He can take the fall for me. Mr. Templeton is telling the truth. He and the missing crew were lost. If I say they're lost, that is pretty ambiguous enough. We're lost last night along with the ship's lifeboats. We have no bodies. That's the truth. In this condition, they could declare that dead. -5 loyalty! Man! Okay, I forget what kind of speech I gave. I know you're all scared. You'd be fools not to be. Bubbling up. How to survive out here? Is help coming? What about pay? We'll have to rely on each other out here. Everyone have a role to play. Exercise those skills brought here for a reason. Ask for reports. I know this isn't what we signed up for. Stick with me and I'll see this through. Memorial service to be held once the ship is freed from ice. Kurt seems to like that. Okay, so. Local dwelling. Now, Kurt already massively loves me. His loyalty bar is only halfway down, but he's through the roof. Focusol. Pet the dog. Nod knowingly at the dog. Rub the chin. Nod knowingly. Ruffle its fur. Rub its belly. Tickle behind the ear. Scratch its head. Stroke its head. Bark back at it. I understand the responsibility. Confident, but we'll see. None understand responsibility till handed it. Maybe that's why she wasn't quite willing to give me her boat yet. My old cabin. Pump flood water from lower deck. Apparently 0 rooms are flooded right now. And yet, that looks pretty damn flooded to me. Could I grab more? I could assign people to it. I will in a second. Captain now. Happy as long as not in his way. How's the boiler keeping? We aren't dying, that's a relief. Okay. Now let's go on with the duties of the day and get Templeton to hate me even more. Because Templeton is now at baseline. When that drops below by even 5, he's not gonna support me any longer. He's not gonna be loyal. Alright. While serving Hunt. So first is Curtin Cordell. What of you, Cordell, do you agree? That gives her some niceness to defer to her, +5 loyalty. But it's still so far down. She's not loyal to us at all, despite us giving her the job. Maybe if I sounded more enthusiastic, because when we hired her, I did defer to her expertise, but no, it was a photographer where I was like, we might as well get this done and photograph all the crew since it's too late to do it at port. That wasn't enthusiastic. So why does she hate me? Arthur likes me. Kasha likes. But as far as people who have other crew or other voters, Templeton is on the border. Junior is quite far away. Grimley needs a lot to be convinced. Clive is almost there. Hammond. Get him Cole. Junior. But of course, idle hands give sailors too much time to think, so we're going to keep them warm through work. Even if Templeton's not gonna like it. We'll send 3 people to the task. Lost Templeton's loyalty, and we didn't gain Juniors. Templeton is just below baseline. The 5s aren't big differences, but it counts. Loyal to Templeton means they're all going to abstain. The first letting team. Give the doctor a visit. Okay. Eavesdrop on Miss Gloss. Gloss and Flick. Which one's Flick? Mr. and Mrs. Gloss. Mr. Zack. Not the engineers. Soren Flick Killiper, who she's talking to. I could zoom in on them. I forgot about that. Seeing her compete in gymnastics. Surprised to see the sign of work. Not too many gymnasts carry long careers. Did quite well when I started the summer games. I recall you placed. I don't recall winning. It's winning or nothing for her. Can't believe I know, that's 2 Johns. Can't believe Hunt what happened. Who knows he was drunk, whatever he was thinking. Definitely wasn't in the right mind. What if Schmurf and Corvid and Joe? Who knows? Corvid owes me 5 gilst. Don't think you'll be seeing it soon. Yeah, but look at that. I can go back to the previous weeks. Week 1, that's a very narrow passage there. Week 2, it's already closing. There's only a tiny fjord. And we just had to go into it. Of course, we end up getting stuck. Should have listened to Kurt and gone from the left. Now, the exciting thing is, we could potentially hunt Adelaide penguins. If we had 10 research, it's not a lot. Crab eater seals, looks like more blubber on that if we had 15. 20 research gets us emperor penguins. And 30 research for elephant seals. Okay. We'll have to scout. Confirm my orders. I guess this is what the scouts are for then, huh? Quilsy, you'll go there. We could send further scouts out in that direction, too. I guess I'll go all around it first. Yorick Moor. Oh, I see that. So each direction gets us... I thought it was a cumulative amount of research. So it's 0 out of 10 specifically for Adelaide penguins. And if I examine around here, that'll get us penguins. If I examine around here, that'll get us crab eater seals. And so on for emperor and elephant on the bottom and the left, I guess. Well, all the dogs need their exercise. See, I thought I was going to send disloyal crew on these scouting missions. Got no more scouts to send. Oops, not this button. Where's my button to go back? There it is. Okay. Now, Doctor, how are we gonna fuck you up? Startle the young man. Goodness, it's you. Captain, is it? Captain Robin Shaw, good to meet you. Dr. Nutley, good to meet you. Good to properly meet. Scatterbrain at the moment. Recent circumstances. Inclination for seasickness. Steam burns are severe. If you let me take a look, could do my best to alleviate their pain. They'll pull through. The crew's a tough one. See, if I say an imperfect thing, it dings me and I lose loyalty. But if I say something supportive and nice, it doesn't reward me with their loyalty. It's a very one-way transaction. Do you think he may still be out there? There's a chance, however slim. Right. Perhaps run into him again. No, that's ridiculous. Never mind. Apologies, I'm rambling. Suppose you have an update on the crew. Faring well, all things considered. Report be nice. Have you had some time to look at them? They seem to be faring well, all things considered. You could say that. Mostly scrapes and scruffs. The dogs are better asking. Right, the kettle master. You mean Cordell? Is he afraid of her or crushing? Haven't taken well to the dogs. Unsure how to carry himself amongst most people, and animals are quicker to judge. And Cordell herself harsher, so he is afraid. Can rely on him for any human medical issues. Is everything good? I mean, is someone coming to rescue us? It's just us. Everything's under control. I won't lie. We're in a difficult situation. I'm going to need your help. He is my medical officer of the crew. I gotta be straight with him. At least some of the time. It's a difficult situation. I'm gonna need your help. +5 loyalty for the honesty, see? But because he has me walking on eggshells, then he can count on my help. Nutley keeps his head low. Anything I can do for the crew. Medical comforts to instantly cure all crew in the med bay. Ask a scientist to cook up medical comforts? I got options here. If I click medbay, what happens? I could put... Cured of the status effect by the end of the week. Good. And then medical comforts. I can come back for it, right? Assign 3 to instantly gain 1 medical comfort item. Cures everyone in the med bay. Well, we're fine for now, so I don't need one of those. And I could always come back to it if I really wanted to. I want to see what the scientists are up to first. Engineers here, right? Robin Shaw. Recognize that name somewhere. Royal Admiralty, right? Did you serve? Yes, I did. I think we served on some of the same ships. You probably wouldn't have seen me, though. Didn't get much time out of the engineering room. Good to know the new captain has some experience. But that doesn't get me any bonus points with the engineer group. Spoke to her last time. Very unlikely he wasn't seen by anyone. Especially since him and 3 other crew had absconded with one of the larger lifeboats. You don't do that without witnesses. MP83 sending me a TikTok video. I'll have to look at it later, MP. Sorry about that. But did you follow back on Blue Sky? He did. Okay. But we could still be buddy-buddy. Make use of the kitchen while we can. That doesn't sound very optimistic. Now to assign people. I could assign to 3 people to gather fuel. Which I will. We got plenty of people, so we can keep fuel in good condition. They get to work. Gives me 3 sacks of coal on the daily. That brings it up to 97. I got surplus. So we could afford to warm the ship and keep morale up that way. But what we'll need is food. Food is going to be a problem because we're at 52. We got 25 crew at default values. That means it's 2 coal and 2 food per crew. That's 50 each week. But here's the thing, right? One thing I discovered going on the Steam discussion forums, it's not It's not how much food or fuel we're giving. It's a bonus on top of it. Because as you can see, the pantry has more food. And the mid deck, the below deck, has so much coal to the coal bunker. This is how much additional fuel you want to give and additional food. If you put the values of food and fuel to 0, they still burn the coal, and they still feed the crew. It's how much extra you're giving them. And so it could be really confusing, and you could lose hundreds of your food before you even make it into the ice, while you're still in the ocean and haven't even made it past the last island yet. But it also makes it silly, because if they have a normal amount of food, they'll still get more upset because they don't have bonus food. Feed the push pot. Coal. No. Plus 20. And since we do have plenty of fuel, I could put more people on the push pot duty. And as far as I can see, that's everything I can do for the week done. And since it doesn't seem... Wait a minute, hold on. Templeton told me that I could also assign scientists to other duties. So if I didn't already do the tinned food, I could have probably assigned other scientists to grab it. But since every single scientist is free right now and I can't do anything else with them, I might as well have them cook up chemical comforts for when the time comes. One medical comforts. Apperton's finest stimulants for instantly healing a range of maladies at the med bay. Okay. And I think this means he can finally make it through week 4. Comcast can't stop us now. The crew have their meal. Har! Shall we give a toast to our new captain? Hear, hear! The crew return to their posts. The hammocks are unfurled in preparation for the evening. Despite the time, it is still light outside. I'll need to find a way to get people's loyalty even higher. Eavesdrop. Runt at his da. So tired. You'll get used to it, lad. That's far too much work. You said you were ready for it. Thought you wanted the work. If I can do it with one arm, you can do it. You're always saying that, da. You're a tall one, aren't you? Oh, thank you for noticing. Been this big since I was 15. You ever considered doing films? You have the stature for it. Oh, I can't act. Acting isn't part of it. You stand there, cut a nice silhouette, and you'd be a star. That sounds awfully easy, doesn't it? It can be. Looks like we'll be trapped here for a while. Aye. I don't like the ship's chances either. It'll be some time before we see home. Shit. I'm gonna die of boredom out here before the cold takes me. You'll manage, I'm sure. Okay. Anything else going on down here? She's invisible. Good evening, Captain. I was growing used to sleeping on a moving ship before it became trapped in the ice, you know. Is that her hammock there? She folds it over the door. Now I think I won't have a good night's sleep until return to land. Something we could all look forward to. It's a sailor's life. You know what you signed on for. You grow used to it. It's something we could all look forward to. A good motivation, then. I know a hot bath and a warm bed are the first order of business when we return to land. I may stay bundled up for several days. Truly savor it. I can still talk to her. Need to finish developing these. Thanks for stopping by, though. Nothing else to do with the coal. Hammond. Bloody cold, isn't it, Captain? Don't know how you spend your time away from the furnace. You grow used to it, you're used to the one with the furnace to take it. It would be even colder without your hard work, Hammond. +5 loyalty! Is it enough, though? He was pretty close, wasn't he? Not enough! I need 5 more! I know. Can't tend the furnace if you yabbing at me, if I'm yabbing to you. Night. Okay, hopefully the election isn't every week. If so, I'll have to start playing politics with how I talk to people. You need me for something? Want to learn more of you, Grimly? You served with Captain Hunt for quite some time. Tell me about him. The crew seem to like you. Any advice on the good side? Well, he likes the captain. He's very loyal to the captain. So tell me about him. -5 loyal? Fuck! Well, he's all the way down there anyway, so I'm just accepting that I'm not gonna have his loyalty this time around. It's none of your business. Stares at you before nodding to his hammock. Man! Templeton's room. Anything we could say to get you back up to loyal. It's only 5 away. Good evening, Captain. It will be some time before we see a rescue. Perhaps you should be endearing yourself to your crew. For now, I'd like to learn more of you. You're quite invested in my captaincy. Very well, Templeton. Spend more time with the sailors. See, what's he going to like? Is he going to like that I want to bond with him more? Will he like if I notice the effort he puts in with his intelligence? Will he like it if I say, sure, Templeton, I'll do what you want me to do? And the opposite, what's going to make him hate me? Very well, Templeton. I figured. He wants me to keep on the straight and narrow, right? He's basically the party officer who's on the ship to make sure everything goes according to script. If he's telling me endear myself to the crew, he's saying, Captain, I don't like the trajectory this is going in. Things are gonna be fucked up if you don't do what I say. So I do what he's saying, and he like me. That would be a good idea, Captain. I must retire for the evening. I'll see you for the morning's requests. Eavesdrop. Awfully loud, aren't they? I don't mind it all that much. They've worked hard all day. They're owed their leisure. Those sailors ought to remember we all need our sleep. Yeah, but they're doing the hard work. Kurt, he fills up his entire room. Evening, Shaw. Cold one, isn't it? I used to think I was growing used to the cold, but as the years have gone on, the elements have only grown harsher on the body. That's to be expected, you're getting old. I imagine this is a harsher air than you faced. I'm sure you can handle it. Does this sound flippant, or is it faith in him? Does this acknowledge him as Kurt the man and not just Kurt the legend, or does it insult him? And does this insult his prior expeditions? I imagine this is a harsher area than you faced. +5 loyalty. You'd be surprised, Captain. I ought to tell you of a few bad scrapes in my time. I'm flattered, but I really ought to be getting some rest, Shaw. Alright, let's go. I'm going to send Fennec the screenshot because that man is huge. And of course, in my old cabin, there's no one. If somebody wants it, they can have it. I sleep in the captain's quarters now. Okay, so Lady Cordell is just disloyal to me. That's perfectly fine. We have no prior experience. But Kasha is very loyal. Arthur Nutley has a bit of safety room. Kurt absolutely loves me. Templeton is safe. The minimum bar for his loyalty is really high, but he's there. Junior, we're not there yet. Grimley is never going to happen. Hammond, just a little bit more to go when I get his 2 engineers votes. They're also the only 2 free crew left. Captain Shaw, I presume you're here to see the dogs. How are they faring? Check in on you. Or with the rest of the crew? Could they be ill? How are they faring? They have already acclimatized, though recently they've been exhausted and in need of rest. It's no surprise. Our conditions keep changing. They grow used to one state before being thrust into another. One refuses to eat and has been losing weight rapidly. I assume the change in scenery has affected it. They need their rest just as any person. They tend to be more reliable, however. Okay, so do I have like a fatigue mechanic working here? If I work my crew too much? Or if I work the dogs too much? Still have to rely on people to man the sleds. There's only one of you after all. I understand that well, but it is an annoyance to teach your crew how to handle the pack. Captain Shaw, you recall my condition with Hunt, do you not? Recall them being unreasonable? No. Like it was yesterday. My demand was that I work here with the dogs. Your people may help with the sleds, but they are not my responsibility. They are not my people. I am holding up my promise with Hunt. I do not intend to join your crew. The dog beside her barks. If I get lost in the ice or the next captain, Stanbury. Aw, the dog beside... That's Stanbury. How long have you been raising dogs? A long time, Shaw. I've raised this pack since they were not but pups, and a generation before them. She goes quiet for a moment, petting Stanbury, collecting her thoughts. I wasn't exactly in the financial position to pass on Hunts, but I had no intention of leaving all of them out there without me. If I get lost on the ice, you're the next Captain Stanbury. Woof! +5 loyalty from Cordell. Cordell smiles confused. The animal looks... I could talk to Stanbury. I can give Stanbury the captain's hat. I'll just pet him. Ruffle their head. Okay, then the E button to change the timer. Forgot about that. And the little ship goes a little bit closer around. Oh no. If I put the food rations lower... will become malnourished. Is this saying how... We have supplies, though. Minus 10 loyalty if I give nothing, but no loyalty if I give lots. We have plenty of fuel, so I'll go ahead and get our plus 20 that way. Well, we're at 74. Which is an okay place to be. If I just keep it like this, we'll be fine. 50 and 50. I'll do more fuel, because I do have extra. Three crew members cured of their freezing. One crew member cured of malnourishment. Do we have anyone who's malnourished? As far as I know, nobody's malnourished. Unless it's a hidden attribute. But I'd imagine it's like, hey, Lefty's no longer wounded. But like, Lefty had a red on his portrait because he was wounded. And Nutley had green when he was seasick. So maybe it's just saying that if anybody was malnourished, then it would cure 1 or 2 depending on how much. Dogs rested. They'll be sent out. Another week on the ice. Ship holds barely. Lefty was cured of their wounds. Excellent. Week 5. 2 weeks of the Temperance camp. Dogs are back. Plus oil for the hunt. Scout hunt. How's the research looking from these guys? 0 of 10 research. Could I talk to the scientists and get them researching? The ice is shifting. Looks like it's breaking up a bit down there. But also merging a bit here. Five to scout that far. 4 to scout there. 3 to scout near. Okay. Well, first... Cordell. My dogs are growing restless. They had grown used to the stirring of the waves against the ship. Now the sudden stillness has them unnerved. Temperamental creatures. Back on water soon. They'll grow used to it in turn, right? They're temperamental creatures. -5? Ah, that's it. Hold on. Save tree system. Back to week 5. They'll grow used to it in turn. +5 loyalty. See, I wanted to go with that, but it sounded like I'm implying they'll grow used to sitting in one spot, ergo not being exercised, ergo not going on hunts. That didn't sound right by me. I remember when Witcher 2 came out. Witcher 2 had a lot of complaints because on top of the dialogue options being timed, it would give you a vibe more so than directly what you would say. Like, you would tell Geralt to say something like, "Tell him it's lovely weather," and Geralt would say, "Fuck your ass back into the sun." And then you get punched, just as a made-up example. I got words, but I don't have the tone. It's ambiguous. The pack adapts. Can the same be said for us? Okay, let's go. Feed the hoosh for now. Not the hoosh, because I don't have any more canned tins, but I do have quite a bit of this. Brings us back to 40, and I can get some more later. Anyone free for an interview and a portrait? She's got a photo library. Aww, she's got a picture of Lady Cordell with the dogs. One of the sailors. The front of the ship. The below decks. Cabin door. Ship from the... Is that one of the longboats? No, that's our ship, I think. Back of the boat of the Temperance. Who to assign for the interview? These guys are all doing their duty. I could assign one of the scientists, an engineer, one of the scouts. We'll send Lefty out. +1 research. Cool. See, I see that one of the smoking crew has already been photographed, but which smoking crewman is that? Is that... That's Tolson. Yeah, I think that's Tolson. No hat. It's pretty much similar to their character portrait here. Okay, let's go do morning duty then. 0 rooms flooded. All right, Templeton. Mr. Gloss. Captain Shaw, Mr. Templeton. It would appear that some of the crew have taken an interest in the transmission radio we have on hand. It is likely many of their first time seeing this technology, and they have an odd idea of what they're capable of. They believe another ship may pick us up if we monitor them. Ridiculous. They do not have the range to pick up another, not out here. I said as much, but Mr. Turner was adamant that we spend the night monitoring them regardless. Even sent me to run the concept by you, Captain. If it's worth the attempt. If it won't work, it's a waste of our time. Focus on more productive matters. I could afford to do that, and Templeton would probably appreciate if I don't waste his scientists' time when they should be resting at night. Plus, decorum is already at 99. If it won't work, it's a waste of time. Focus on more productive matters. -5 loyalty from... Was that Grimley or Junior? Grimley. Okay, that's perfectly fine. He's already down there. Agreed. As fantastical as it sounds, this technology just isn't there yet. I'll inform the crew. Demoralized. They likely won't be pleased, but it's a better alternative to wasting manpower. Each crew with a demoralized status effect will cause me to lose 5 decorum at the end of each week. Make cure demoralization by interviewing. Well, oh, that's Lefty that's demoralized, though. He's already being interviewed. I'm already interviewing him. Okay, Junior, what's up? Shaw? Templeton? Word back from the attempts at freeing the ship. Is such a report necessary? Well, as you can see, we're not moving. The crew kept at it for a week, but now we're calling it a day. A waste of time and resources then, as expected. I wouldn't be so sure. End of the day, at least now they can say that they tried, gave it their all. There's something in that. See? Kasha, good day, Captain. Well, as good as it can be under the circumstances. Good day to you as well, since required. Don't have time for greetings? Sure we do. Good day to you as well, Kasha. Loyalty just for being polite. Well, I'll be sure to spare you more obligatory small talk from here. In truth, there's something we need to ask of you. It's a matter I brought up with Captain Hunt, though he was less receptive. I'm not merely interested in the story of this expedition. I'm interested in the story of the people on this expedition. When the crew have downtime, I would request that I be allowed to conduct interviews with them. I would like to know more about them. Maybe learn more about what happened to Hunt. I see no interview, conduct interviews. We've already conducted one. Thank you, Captain. You won't regret it. I feel like we started the week, though, because we haven't done too much, right? But we've already put Lefty in the interview, and then after he began the interview, he got demoralized. So, is the order of operations that he becomes demoralized, and then I put him on interview, and then he's cured next week? And so, as long as he's having the interview done right now, will that cure his demoralization next week? Or is it that because he was put on the interview and then got demoralized, that it's too late, he won't be cured, and I'll have to double interview him? I'll mark anything useful I discover in the crew manifest. Send them to the Red Room on the lower deck when you can. See, to avoid that situation, because it's the 1 week, this is the week where the interviews unlock, it should have assigning the crew to the interview not possible until we've spoken to Kasha and agreed to do it. Gnomes. Gnomes. Word around the crew is that we might end up having to move the ice. If we can't free the Temperance anyway. Move to the ice? I might have missed a word. Would be wise to gather what we want to take off ship with us if we do. Indeed. We'll need to prepare for what could be the inevitable. Aye. Most of the tools are in the lower deck storerooms. The metal doors need some work to open, but it's worth what's inside. That's it? Okay. Templeton. The question persists as to how long the Temperance can hold. Will we be able to wait out on the ice? If there's no change by next week, abandoning the ship may be considered. So early in? Well... It's winter. The ice is probably going to get more and more dense as it snows and builds up, right? So even if I had people digging in the ice day in, day out, and especially given that we're right smack dab in the middle, before the ice formed all around it, we could have gone from the left. If we listened to Kurt and gone from the left, it starts open, a little narrow, then widens out, gets a little bit close then, but stays mostly open, a little narrow towards the end by this week. But if we weren't trapped on week 4, we'd be almost to Viscount Island. We'd nearly be done by now. Who's talking Eves? Our scouts? Ah, feel that air. Nothing better than a cold wind to keep you awake. You're an odd duck, Yorick the Third. How many hours of sleep do you get a night? Well, on second thought, better not hearing it. I already know it isn't enough. Nothing to do with the dogs yet. We gotta get fish for him. No one's in the med bay anymore. Sup, Doc? No one needs healing. Old cabin, nothing to do here. So, fuel I'm pretty confident on. No rooms flooded. Can't talk to Grimly, he hates me. Let's assign. Gnomes, runts, and 2 John. For 3 crates of tinned food. Probably gonna run out really fast. Hey, Chillin' Chum! Just as soon as I say we're probably gonna run out of food real fast, you come in to see if we don't quickly turn to cannibalism. I see how it is. Twitch reversion on the following list, I'm there. Glad to know I exist. $78 means we're not getting the full 20 from that one. So there, 60. That wasn't showing up. 1, 2, 3. Okay. More food for the hoosh. Long as I'm comfortable, then I don't mind people actually having their food and fuel. Do you usually arrive when cannibalism happens? That's concerning. Also concerning how horny you've been lately. Hopefully, Chillin' Chum, that doesn't go hand in hand with the cannibalism. But nah, it doesn't usually happen, Chillin' Chum. I haven't played that many games this year that allow for cannibalism. Granted, there was a hungry lamb traveled in the late Ming Dynasty. Did you come in right as the 2 main protagonists were in the bathhouse, chopping up that criminal friend who was helping guide the lambs with us, and boiling him in the hot tub bath so that his meat would look like pork and we could smuggle him out of the city? Because if so, then it may be 2 for 2 for potential cannibalism games this year then. See, maybe onto something. There's a question mark here. Weapons holds, food store, scientist hold, general storage hold, engineers hold. Speaking of engineers hold, how's Hammond doing? Can't talk to him today. I feel like weapons hold may be important for like hunts and such. Sheridan? I guess you're on the weapons hold detail? You and Tashi charge into the room. With the water flooding in from behind, you have time to grab 2 items. 1 large animal killed at each hunting location. 1 medium animal killed. 3 flares for alerting humans and alarming wildlife. Can be carefully disassembled for fuel for a total of 90 fuel. Ale kegs. 3 kegs that can be used to cure someone demoralization. I think I'm gonna get the guns. Choose wisely, and my choices here include camp upgrades that permanently aid survival during expedition. Easy way out of this is to not play a game with survival mechanisms or narrative anymore. Oh, let me see. That new Mario Luigi game just came out, right? And Mario games do tend to have lots of mushroom chomping when you go around trying to save your mushroom friends. And those mushrooms that you consume do have eyes on them. Who's to say that those aren't immature toad retainers? And because the way fungal society works, they don't mind if someone's little cousin gets nom-nommed. You aren't a mushroom. I guess that's true, if you aren't a mushroom person yourself. Now, if it was Paper Mario, and you had Goombella on your team, and you used a mushroom to cure Goombella, see, the thing with these options here is that they're consumables. I could get a permanent upgrade with more large animals, more medium animals, or I could get a temporary ability to cure demoralization, or alert humans, or alarm wildlife, and potential fuel source. Only if I think Goomies are cousin to toads. I mean, aren't they? Like, I think it was like, what was it, Super Mario Brothers 1 instruction manual that said that Goombas were toads that went bad? This requires immediate research. Goomba, Super Mario Wiki. Goombas, initially called Little Goombas, were the major species of the Super Mario franchise. Since appearance of Super Mario Bros. Become iconic and most common enemies, followed by Koopa Troopas. Small, brown, mushroom-like creatures. Now, most literally, they are Karibos, right? And Karibo means chestnut. Goombas as a collective race used to be allied with the Mushroom Kingdom. However, most of the Goombas turned traitorous and joined Bowser's minions. Since Super Mario RPG, Goombas not allied with Bowser have appeared. Some non-hostile Goombas, such as the inhabitants of Goomba Village, live in the Mushroom Kingdom. Okay. But others live in Monster Town and Rogueport. So I guess they're not mushrooms that turn bad. They're simply a visually similar species or peoples that exist alongside the toads. Hey, Carver, howdy stranger to you too. The instruction manual that made translations that were making it... Yeah, I know that isn't the most accurate of sources to pull up. 80s and early 90s instruction manuals. I just recalled hearing something like it. Little Goombas first appeared in Super Mario Bros. Referred to that of the game's manual alone. Original homeland is stated to be in the Mushroom Kingdom, which they share with the Mushroom Retainers. Two races lived in peace, however unknown time. Little Goombas betrayed their neighbors and joined the Koopa Troop. Okay. Maybe we can consider them cousins at best, but turns out not simply mushrooms, but bad. The thing is, I do want both guns, but I'm tempted by the flares. 3 flares. Mostly for the alerting humans possibility. I might also want to alarm wildlife. Maybe some big elephant seal might make its way over to my camp. But it's only 3, right? Do I want both guns for medium animals and large animals? I want both guns! I want both guns, but I also might want the flare too. If you ever get a 1,000-year door, you'll try and avoid feeding your Goomba companion any mushrooms then. 1. Shouldn't chum, you haven't made your way to 1,000-year door yet. You've afforded to play Paper Mario 64 20 times, but Thousand Year Door not even once. You're gonna miss out on all the Gumbusi that Hordian loves so much. But I got decision paralysis here. Large animal and flare, medium animal and flare, or just two guns? See, Carver knows what's up. Didn't get a GameCube, got an Xbox instead. Ugh! Xbox gaming! It's only 3 flares. The way this circle has been progressing, this little sailboat's gonna go all around that circle for 35 whole weeks. Is 3 flares going to set me? Is it gonna do good for 3 weeks? Or for 35 weeks? 3 flares to alert humans, alarm wildlife, and potentially disassembled for fuel if I need 90 fuel. And of course, even if I unflood the room, the ale might be okay. I don't see the casks rotting immediately, but the guns and the flare will probably lose potency if they get flooded up with water. You taking off wizardry from your shortlist, Chillin' Chum? Ready to move on? Heaven Burns Red coming over here finally. Another mobile. Well, that's the thing. That's mobile gacha, you said, right? I can't imagine mobile gachas taking all that much time. I have played a few mobile games, some of which kind of get gacha-ish, even if that's not the priority. And they're very front-heavy for interest. In the first week or so that you play them, you got more freedom in what you can do up until the free-to-play kicks in, and you either wait 3 years to complete, like with Egg Inc., or you start feeding money into it. And you don't strike me as a feed money kind of guy, Chillin' Chum. Exactly, as long as you don't grind to try to beat it. So I could imagine a game like that. It might be intensive for the first week or two, and then after that, it mostly becomes dailies, and that's just 15 minutes out of your day, right? I'm gonna get the rifle. Enough time to grab one more item. Flare or shotgun? Flare or shotgun? If you guys were in the captain's chair, what would you pick? Another gun? So that penguin and seal hunting would bear more food and more blubber? Or a flare? The thing that really sticks out for me for flares is alerting humans. At some point, the rescue ship is going to come if Templeton's telling the truth. We do have radios, and when the rescue ship comes in, we'll be within range of the radio. We're just so far away from regular sailing navigation routes that we're out of any normal ship's range right now, but if another ship is coming in 35 weeks, we'll eventually be within range of them. But alerting humans, the flare probably would help. There's only 3. It's also +1 medium animal, which means it's a bonus animal when I send people to hunt. I'm gonna go flare. If no one talks me out of it, I'm gonna go with flares. I'm just thinking 35 weeks ahead of now, and thinking of the potential. Flare it is. The room is flooded with freezing cold water, rendering any remaining items inaccessible. This operation also renders one of my guys freezing. Room's been flooded. I could always unflood, though. pumps flood water from all rooms in the lower deck. So that tells me then that the smart plan is to wait until all this is done and then pump out the water. Templeton and the others we've talked to seem to have the expectation that we'll have to abandon ship. And so anything that we don't pick up now is probably going to be lost within the next week or two. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms to go through to collect supplies. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that'll be 5 people who get the freezing status. Five people to get freezing. And if I put lots and lots of fuel in each night, it cures 2 people to freezing. Or raise the heat, cures crew of freezing. I can do that. I can make everyone suffer and then cure them after. Hammond, you and I are going to be bros. Scientist hold, general stores, engineer hold. Speaking of scientist hold, or scientist stores, there's also zero of 1 research. Okay. Or 1 of 10, 1 of 10. So I sent them out and found these 2. 1 of 10 I understand for this seal. 1 of 10 after 2 spots I don't quite get. Hunt a seal or hunt a penguin or scout around. So I guess every time I send folks out here, depending on the applicable animal, then it feeds one of these. I feel like we need elephant seals though. So does this count medium, medium for the smaller ones and then large and large? Or is this medium and medium because penguins and then large and large because seals? Either way, gonna send a team out to hunt because we could use some blubber. Out of 4. Let me check other stuff first before I assign the hunting crew. There's so much to do, you see. Can't assign anyone else to there. Well, general store, engineer hold, food store, scientist hold. Man, there's so many options. Let's see what the scientist hold has. 2 Johns here with... Oh, 2 Johns already busy. I've only got 3 guys available now. There is not... Wait a minute, hold on. I can also sell my scientists too, yeah? Scientists are free. Engineers are free. The engineers get to work in the boiler room. They'll be warmed up. Gareth Grips Forsitter. You and Grips trudge into the room. With the water flooding in from behind, you have time to grab 2 items. Reduces research required by 1 for medical comforts at the med bay. Plus flag and plus key story items. Every 10 research brought home would be proof of success to your employer. is that score. We got a score system for the end of the game. Tinned lemons. 4 supplies of tinned lemons could be used to cure scurvy. Medical comforts. See, but we can make those. Reduces research required by 1 for medical comforts at medbay. And research. Every 10 research brought home improves success. So plus 10 research. And medical tools. Room is flooded with freezing cold water. Everything else is inaccessible. Engineers hold. Engineers coming with. Ricky Dick Flogs. You and Dick charge into the room with the waters flooding in. 2 items. What do we have? Digging tools. Reduces dogs required by 1 on map locations. Minimum 3. Okay. That's not so much important for near around areas, because that is 3 and you can't do less than that. But medium seems to require 4. There's more beyond that too. Coal, worth 40. 2 coals. Engineering tools. Increases frostbite cured by 1 when raising the heat. I'm taking digging tools and engineering tools. General storage hold, food stores. Who else wants to come with? One of my scientists? Zach is a dick, so you're with me, buddy. You and Mr. Zach charge into the room. What 2 items we have here? Spice crates. Once per week, feed the hoosh to gain 3 food for each crewman with malnourished or scurvy. So everyone who is sick with malnourishment or scurvy provides 3 food through spices. Hopefully, if we get a good hunt going, we shouldn't need to deal with malnourishment or scurvy. 2 crates of tinned food, 2 crates of spoiled tinned food. Worth 50 food in the hoosh, but can cause malnutrition. It's worth more food, but can cause malnutrition. Okay, spice crates and what else? Tinned lemons to cure scurvy, or more food to avoid scurvy. Then finally the general storage. Dwight or Harriet? Who to send in? Dwight looks like he's more cozy, so he probably won't mind being frozen too much. Besides, I've dated gals, and they get freezing status if it's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So it'll just make things easier. Plus, they're a married couple. They could thaw each other out. Digging tools for more dog. Timber. Much of this room's become buckled by the ice. Easily stripped for timber. Worth a total of 102 fuel. Ale kegs. Well, I got the 3 kegs now then, I guess. Reduce dogs by 1, or lots and lots of timber. I think I'm gonna get the lots of dogs, because that's gonna be 2 dogs then that don't have to go out on further expeditions. 11 research. Camera, accordion, captain's hat, bolt action rifle, medical tools, engineering tools, digging tools. Does it stack though? That's the thing, if it doesn't stack, then I'll basically be wasting a slot. That could be going to timber. I guess we'll find out. +1 digging tools, it says I have 2. And now that everyone's suitably frozen, could we unfreeze them? Cure crew of freezing? When raising the heat, each assigned engineer will instantly cure a random crew of freezing. Oh, they're busy! I can't do it this week because they've already done their job for me, so I can't put them here too. But now we know how it works, so I guess the next time then. But I could unfreeze just with this. Okay, final scientist. I require 5 people. So I can't unfreeze it right now. I can't even unfreeze it right now. And here I thought it'd be easy, just twist the pump and then I'm good. Well, first... Scout. See, that is Scout without a paw print. This is Scout with the paw print. So it does stack. Over here, it should be 4 dogs required, it's only 3. Out here, it should be 5 dogs required, it's only 3. So if I'm to send folks out to hunt, 1 to 4. I'll send the remaining folks, Runsta, Cavity Zoom, and Tucker. +1 crab eater seal. Marked down to hunt for the week. And then let's send a scouting party up over here. A scouting party. The formation of ice leads. One to 3 scientists. I could, that's an option. But I kind of want to scout out more, you know? Let's send another scouting team first. We're good on supplies for now. So right now I need his information. The dogs are all fine. We got no fish for the doggies. No fish to feed them. An available crew. The only available crew left is Harriet. And I can't assign anyone else to grab more stuff here. But I can assign Harriet to grab 1 sack of coal. Thank you, Harriet. Okay. I got lots and lots of freezing people, but it'll be alright. I think because it's 5 rooms, I require 5 people to turn the pumps. Maybe if it was just one that was flooded, then I'd have only needed 1 person. Because the only thing I really care about down here is the guns room. To access the rest of the items inside. Crew had their meal, dinner was shared. Crew returned to their post, hammocks were unfurled, and still bright out. You know, as far as rations go, this is good. Junior sure knows how to prepare dinner, doesn't he? He's too good for a ship like this. Runt asking Lefty, you're pretty old, aren't you? Good eye, lad. Better than mine. Why are you still working? You should be at home with your family. Don't have one. Do you not have any children? I might do. Don't know any, though. Lefty's a stud. More of the same tonight. We'll have to get used to it. Not much you can do with the ice. We'll figure out something to do, won't we? We'll have to. And now Del Cel's on here. Captain? On evenings like this, my good friend Carol and I would often play chess by the fireside. It makes you wish I had brought a board with me. It would have made for some light entertainment. Between your equipment and your awards, packed enough as it is. Ice not interesting enough. A shame you didn't. I'd have enjoyed a game myself, gamers that we are. Indeed. Well, we can't turn back time, can we? We just have to make do with what we have. Perhaps Mr. Templeton brought something along. He seems a jigsaw puzzle sort. Okay. Can I talk to Hammond? I can. Eavesdrop first. Not gonna get rest anytime soon, are we? No. Could have used more hands. Hammond's worth 5 men, but even then. See, these two are frozen right now. They're freezing. But they're working in the boiler room. They got this massive furnace. They should be fine. These two should be like an automatic thaw out by next week. You ever get the feeling of being watched, Shaw? No, of course not. Couldn't shake the feeling there's a pair of eyes on me while I was working there. There's a terrible, undiscovered beast lurking in the mist. You're overworked, get some rest. The isolation might be getting to you, Hammond. Trouble is, I'm so close from Hammond being loyal to me. But I'm walking in a minefield here. Is terrible undiscovered beast funny? Or is it sarcastic and he hates it? And the man basically lives down here in the furnace. Because if he doesn't, then this whole ship's gonna fall apart. If I tell him he needs some proper rest, am I being his friend and a good commanding officer? Or is he going to hate that I'm intruding on his schedule? If I say the isolation might be getting to you, that could be the worst one yet. I'm gonna be good boss. Among these options, I'm gonna be good boss. You should get some proper rest. -5 loyalty, called it. I get sleep when I can, and I often can't. That's just how it is. Fuck me being good boss. They were all bad options, though. I don't see how any of those could have been anything more than -5 loyalty. Talking to people is a mistake. Evening, Shaw. I'm proud of what I've been able to cook up for the crew lately, considering the rations. Though I do wish I had something better to work with. We're getting some seals in soon. I'd kill for a good beef steak. Not many cows on the ice. You do excellent work, Junior. You have a knack for this. No use complaining. You do excellent work, Junior. I've been told. Hunt would say, couldn't eat a bite that wasn't prepared by me anymore. How close am I to Junior's 4 loyalists working for me? 10 away. Just like Hammond is now. It's a lower bar to pass for Hammond, but I can't reach it! Grimly, any chance of getting like plus 10 with you? You could take a game off your shortlist, Chillin' Chum, that's fantastic. It's getting harder to play. The cold makes the fingers stiff. Power through it for the crew's sake. Play closer to the furnace so the crew can't hear. It wouldn't be a complete loss if you stopped. Now, the furnace is down below, but this round thing here is a chimney, isn't it? Power through for the crew. Aye, I will. So he likes that. He likes when I like the crew. Super Mario Bros. Deluxe just supported the first 2 NES titles. Are you telling me, Chillin' Chum, that you don't want to fully harvest state Super Mario Bros. 1, Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, Super Mario All-Stars, was that the SNES remake collection? The, what is it? Game Boy Advance, Mario 1, the 3DS, Ambassador Program, Mario 1, emulated port, and the, what would it be? Wii Shop on Wii and Wii U to get Mario 1, and then Switch Shop again for Mario 1. You don't want to play all those 8 versions of Mario 1 to count for full completion? Kurt is a non-issue. Kurt absolutely loves me. Evening, Shaw. I've been thinking about our pay once we return to land lately. You haven't completed any version of them. I could finally say that I have as of, what was that, last year or the year before? That was last year, wasn't it? 30-some years of having been exposed to Super Mario Bros. 1, but never being able to beat it. As a toddler, of course I wasn't able. My hands could barely fit the NES controller. As an adult, with the 3DS, still wasn't able to beat it. Alright, don't mistake me for the avaricious sort, but I do have expenses to pay. Before we departed, I received a letter from one of my daughters, asking to cover the cost of her stage school. It would be a shame to promise a luxury only to retract it, don't you think? Not have enough money left over from your films? Wasn't aware I had a daughter, Kurt. I try not to make uncertain promises. Perhaps you should follow my lead. Do you not have enough money left over from films? Shortcuts to beat. I would say that counts now that I've fully played it, since your options are what? Speedrun the entire game without warps, trudge through the entire game without warps, and try not to die but pretty much devote your entire day. Or use warps. The warps are there to get you to the end faster after you play through. Of course. But I try to be more careful with my finances, Robin. I should have asked about his daughter. I'd bet he would have tried to hook us up. Good evening, Captain. Was there something you needed? If you need the latest medical report, I'll have it prepared soon. Have you been handling your nerves lately? Good to see you aren't losing your focus. Keep it up, Nutley. Simply curious about you, Arthur. I'm going to praise him. Good to see you aren't losing focus. Keep it up. +5. We got buffer. We got some buffer with him. But he doesn't have anyone else loyal to him. I'm simply securing 1 swing vote. Oh, thank you, Captain. I'll try. Though I don't know about that, Chillin' Chummy. Say you have no chance with lost levels, even with save states? It takes practice mostly, doesn't it? Like, this is the era. Like, lost levels might have been hot shit back in the 80s. But this is a post I want to be the guy world, you know? And post Souls-like Metroidvanias. If people can get through Cuphead and Hollow Knight, then surely they can do alright with lost levels. And a few years ago is a few years ago. You got some experience with it now. Someday later? Sure, it doesn't mean now. I'm just saying. You might surprise yourself if you try again. Captain, if you find yourself stricken with boredom, I do have a book I would recommend. A textbook on different classes of wildflowers. The topic is more interesting than it may seem, I assure you. I doubt it'll have much application on the ice. I would enjoy that, Templeton. This is a topic that fascinates you. Well, we know that his specialty is botany. So sure, I'd enjoy the book. I'll be sure to bring it to you when I have the chance then. Cool. Keeping the Templeton vote. That's what? That's 10 above base? We haven't had a vote since week 4, so I don't know how long this term is for. And if the vote only comes back up after I've been a disastrous captain, then surely at that case, loyalty will be baseline anyway. You're thinking about finishing up watching a playthrough of Carmen Sandiego Math Detective. You want the storyline and the lore. Gameplay doesn't seem as smooth. But you miss out on the experience, Chillin' Chum. Maybe Carmen Sandiego Math Detective might be what propels you to the stage of GDQ. At the bow, you spot Kurt, measuring for any change in the temperature. Still fast, no sign of any change. He notices you and gives a wave. Doubt we'll be moving anytime soon, Captain. Of course. Sometimes you never know with the ice. You should get some rest. I'll let you know if anything changes. Thank you, Kurt. So you get some rest yourself. Freeing the ship may be a lost cause. They made a bit of a crack. What if, the moment they free enough of the ice around it, dislodging the ice means the only thing holding the ship up is loose, and then it sinks? So you get some rest yourself. I will, but we have to be alert. In my experience, changes come fast. Take care, Captain. That's foreshadowing that next week is going to be more disaster. Captain, a word. I felt now as good a time as any to review the wording in our contracts. The wording in our contracts? You do remember what was written in your contract. Of course I do. Why relevant now? To be honest, I only skimmed. I was already sold. Of course I do, for the +5 loyalty. Ah! There's no plus loyalty for that. Consider Article 3, and I quote, "The member of the staff shall throughout the period of such expedition obey all commands of the captain, and shall use his best endeavors to promote the success of the same." Okay, I assume member of staff is him, the party officer. Obey all commands of the captain, and try to promote the success of it. And in the event of anything happening to the captain, shall obey all commands of any member of staff, who shall be appointed by the captain in writing before his death. The member of staff appointed by the captain in writing before his death. Is there an issue with the succession now? It being understood that the rest of the staff shall hold the same relation towards any member of the staff so appointed as toward the captain. As appointed by the captain in writing before his death. Contesting leadership, he's the one who put me here. Was I not voted in as captain? I was, and he encouraged it. The trouble is, not appointed by the captain in writing before his death. What are you trying to say, Templeton? The vote we held settled what is only a temporary arrangement in the eyes of the law. Even then, you only made it through by a hair. Unless you somehow managed to wrestle a written transfer of captaincy from Hunt before his departure, in the eyes of the law, you are simply acting in his stead with no legal recourse to call upon. There was a chance Hunt and the deserters are still out there. Should we be reunited, your captaincy would indeed be called into question. That's fine. In the eyes of the law, I'm simply maintaining the order of the ship in the event of my captain's absence. If he comes back, perfectly fine. The crew are unlikely to choose a deserter over me. I'm still here. I see no issue with that. Wouldn't it be good of our captain return? Our captain who was a drunkard and a derelict in his duty and a malingerer. Templeton, why are you so invested in the captaincy? I got buffer. Why are you so invested? I am invested in the survival of this mission and providing appropriate guidance. You may presume an ulterior motive, but you know my reasoning is sound. The loyalty of the crew means everything. Get them on your side, Shaw. Keep them on your side. That will come naturally. I don't know about that. I got -5 with Grimly to 0, and then +5 to 1. Junior is 10 away. Hammond is 10 away. Kurt loves me, and represents 3 additional scouts. Ingrid only represents herself, so I don't lose anything with her not loving me. Nutley is +10, but again only represents a vote of 1. Kasha loves me, but only represents a vote of 1. We have 4 votes here, 4 votes here, 5, 6, so that's 4, 8, 9, 10 this time. You got 10 votes. Unless the abstainers end up going to Grimley's side, they'll probably still abstain, because loyal to Hammond means he's not loyal to Grimley or to Hunt. Loyal to Cordell means she's not loyal to Grimley or Hunt. It means she's got no interest in this and does not intend to vote. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Templeton. Remember my words, Shaw. I suggest you start with the Stoke brothers. It seems they speak for many of the sailors. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. Junior to +10 at least. Because then him plus his loyalists mean 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 extra votes for me. If Grimley doesn't like me, then it's Grimley plus Tashi plus 2 Johns plus Runt plus Gnomes. He gets 5 votes. I get 15. So, I'm cool. Good evening, Captain. Will this take long? The dogs are fed and rested. However, I dislike leaving them alone. You train them well, won't be an issue. Overprotected of those mutts. Do you dislike leaving the dogs, or dislike joining the crew? You train them well, won't be any issues. That would be my hope, but you can never be certain. We have no fish for them. Okay, nothing else for me to do now, though, but go to sleep. Because no one else to talk to. Already spoke to Junior. Spoke to Kurt. Spoke to Templeton. Can't talk to the scientists right now. So, naught else to do but advance to week 6. Fuel, we have people who are freezing. At the regular, we can cure 2 people of freezing, or 3. Drop a whole 75. I don't want them to stay freezing though. -10 and 1 person cured. No one's starving yet. 1 crew becomes malnourished if I put half rations. It's only -10 degrees right now. If they're frozen, they're not unavailable, but they do need to be fixed up. They're only unavailable if their icon is grayed out. So, I think I'll do half fuel and then devote my engineers to stoking the flames to keep people better warmed up. Yeah? Yeah. 3 crab-eater seals. Dogs are rested. Okay, good. So, freezing progressed to frostbite. Progressed to frostbite. And so that's why I don't want them to be frozen at the end of the week. Well, we're learning the hard way, and time for me to take myself a BRB, right? Because it's been 2 hours, and so on that bombshell, I'll be back in a few. Enjoy the really, really faint music. Alright, crew. Water has been emptied, water has been filled, caught up on the social medias. One, two, three, four. Frostbitten. 2 scientists and 2 sailors. It can only get up from here. We even got 3 crab eater seals. That is fantastic. That is food and fuel. We're gonna ace this. Week 6 time. And the ship's not sunk yet. Can't talk to them. We don't have any fish. But we do have seal. We have. Medium-sized game. Despite their name, they don't eat crab, they eat krill. Euphausia superba. A moderate source of blubber. Only 6 to furnace and 6 to hoosh. I'm gonna need so much. I gotta get those elephant seals. Okay, so cured of all status effects by the end of the week. I can only send 2 at a time. Let me see something. I need to test something mechanically first. If I devote crew to abandoned ship. Cures crew of freezing, but does it cure frostbite? No freezing crew to be cured. I could just shout abandoned ship and out we go then. We're okay for now. We're not too bad yet. Okay, let's assign instantly cure all crew in the med bay. If I put them in the med bay, then they get cured up regardless at the end of the week. Right? And so if I cure them instantly with the medicinal comforts, does that mean they'll no longer be in the med bay? Plus 2 available crew. Okay. But then I can no longer... Alright, so the benefit is that they go back to work immediately. But I can no longer put more people in bed, because I was thinking maybe the smart strat is put 2 in bed to heal them instantly, and then put 2 more in bed. But it looks like that's not the case. Frostbitten. I don't need them out and about immediately right away, so I guess I'll keep them in the med bay for now. Hello. These are my loyal supporters, right? There's a meeting going on. Templeton, Kurt, Cordell, and Hammond stand inside, the beginnings of a meeting. Well, Captain, it's been 3 weeks. Kurt tells me there's still no change in the ice. None, as best as I could estimate. What change we will see won't free the ship. I predict the Temperance is more likely to be crushed under the pressure of the ice. And how long will that take? A few weeks at most. That's okay. So we got at least 3 weeks then. Unfortunately, we may have to look at alternatives, rather than wait for the ice to break up. Such as... leaving the Temperance and making camp on the ice is something we will have to consider. Aye, the longer we stay on the ship, the more fuel we're having to burn. Not to mention risking another boiler incident. Yes, that matter almost cost lives. Heating a smaller camp burns through much less oil. And without enough fuel to survive a winter, we're dead. I don't think I need to tell you that. I would not be quite so quick to pack up and move out just yet. And why is that? The ship is shelter. The ship is safety. Currently, there are quite a few hunting opportunities presented to us. We will need to gather more food if we are to survive, and the ship provides a safe area to hunt from. Right. And most of the crew aren't ready to give up either. They're stubborn, just as any good crew should be. I would rather not play into stubbornness when lives are on the line. He has a point. Crew thinks we gave up too early, they'll resent the captain for it. Though we now have a serious bloody-floody problem. We do? Aye. You might have noticed if you left your damn forecastle. It is safer to take the time to gather what we need before we leave, rather than raid the ship once we make ice. Well, then the answer lies with the captain. Should we move off this ship this week? Not yet. We'll give it 1 more week at least. -5 loyalty from Hammond, for fuck's sake, Hammond! -15 now. Very well. When we remove the boiler from the furnace, that is when we'll make our move. When you feel ready to go, just go to the boiler room and give the order. Man, let's take requests. Captain? My dogs appear to be struggling in the on-deck kennels. They require a more secure form of shelter from the environment. Dogloos, I believe they are called. Yes, it requires some hands to work on constructing them. It is for the health and safety of the pack. Okay, we'll put some crew on. Thank you. We must focus on keeping the dogs safe. Without them, the crew stands little chance of safety themselves. Tucker... Mast was damaged where the ship was being tossed a while back, Captain. Best get someone to fix it before the Temperance is freed. Freed? Aye. The ship could come loose at any moment. Heading up to repair the mast is a dangerous task. We don't even know if the ship will sail if the ice clears. Would be worth it, though. Should someone get injured, rather avoid it? Worth the risk? Unnecessary, the ship isn't going anywhere? Who was gonna hate me for it? Will it be Grimly or Junior? Unnecessary. The ship isn't going anywhere anytime soon. -5 decorum. I'll take that. There's always the off chance. Not always. Grimly, Shaw. There's a rumor going around amongst the crew. They're saying the ship is haunted by the ghost of Captain Hunt. What ridiculous tripe. Aye. Thought you want to put a stop to it. Can't allow rumors to run rampant, it's only -10. Just stories, no harm in them. Best be on the lookout for Hunt's ghost. Can't allow rumors to run rampant. They're already stuck on the ice for at least 33 weeks or so. 33 more weeks to go. They're gonna get delirious pretty soon, so let's put the kibosh on this one. -10 decorum. 10 loyalty. Aye. Crew won't be best pleased you're stopping their stories. It's better than allowing fear and superstition to run wild. Aye. Okay. Head to the boiler when I wish to abandon ship. Do so sooner than later. Well, what's this? Dog loos. I require 3. So 1, 2, 3. Cordell shows the crew how to assemble the snowy shelters. Look at those little oh, you see that? We actually get... Oh, that's cool. So this isn't just a map of the ship sailing. It's now become a map of the development of our camp. The one thing that Macaw loves more than anything else on a slow, wordy strategy game is having a map that you could build up with little features on the map that you develop. That right there, that would elevate this in his eyes from, it's okay, a bit too slow for me though, to, dude, this is out of control. This is too intense, it's crazed. We gotta play this right now. We get to fill out the map and put stuff on it, what more do you need? It's the only reason he elevates the original King of Dragon Pass above the Steam remake and the GOG is the OG one, right? But the Steam remake that heavily incorporates the iOS version. It takes off some annoying parts that don't really add to the game, adds a few extra stories to it, but the most damnable sin is it removes the map of your Tulla with the little buildings and people or whatever. Oh, that's big seal there. "11 of 30 research on elephant seal migration path." Cool. I'll send... So, if they're frostbitten, they're invalid. Who do I currently have in the med bay? Let's cure all crew. Because right now I do need more hands. We'll send 2 to hunt. 2 Johns and Nomas will do the hunting. And because of the gun, we get 1 extra elephant seal. Large game is dangerous despite how many crew are assigned. A crew will be wounded. Will be wounded. Man, is it worth it then? Maybe the better play is to go for medium-sized game. You send 3 crew out, and you get 4. I guess we'll see how the elephant seals do then. Then do some more scouting. Research the formation of under-ice melt pools. That'll be super useful at a later time. Do some more scouting. It seems like once I hunt a creature, they're gone from there. And so we need to find their migratory habits. 11 out of 5. So I guess it's 1 for discovering them, and then 10 research for hunting. Okay. So that's my scouting, and that's my hunting. Now look at that. At first, the ice starts gathering up, and then it looks like it's starting to break apart some. At least that has a shelf that came off. So maybe more chunks might. I think that's just a pressure, though, of all the east, all the sea turning iced up, and more icebergs developing. Kind of like tectonic plate motion, except with ice. Food and fuel. Let me put some more people onto here, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go scientist heavy so they don't get frostbitten. Will there be anybody left to help me out down below, though? No. I'll be freeing these rooms up for nothing. Well, I might as well. Flooded rooms could be entered again. So, next week, I'll grab someone that abandoned ship. So it's not always. The pictures that she includes isn't always a person you have interviewed, because I had Lefty interviewed and I actually got a photo of this, so I guess assigning someone to her is us getting their photo. She could do that anytime. And more taking the time to interview them. Like Lefty. Didn't get any new information. No one to assign. Everyone is either invalid or busy. Can't talk to Hammy. Six furnace, 6 hush for the crab eater seal. Doesn't seem like much. 20. All these require people to go with. Push one. Spoiled rations. Well, I'm not going to use that. That's going into the furnace. Push plus 10, but causes malnutrition. Nuh-uh. Keep people fed. Only 6 hush. I can't believe it. I sent 3 people out. You're telling me all this crab eater seal provides less food than some tinned food? I'm gonna have to disagree with that. No one else to talk to here. No one else outside. No fish. Okay. Next week we'll abandon the ship. Ding 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 ding. Crew return to the post, hammocks unfurled. Grimly and Junior. And I swear, when that hook came swinging, Captain Hunt had to pull me down. This was 5-6 years ago? I had no clue what I was doing. Both of us nearly lost an eye that day. Same expedition, Ward lost his arm. Half the time, I don't think Hunt knew what he was doing either. Sure he did, seemed a good captain. Interesting man. Well, you have a new captain now, I'll steer you right. I'm sure he did. He seemed a good captain. 5 loyalty each, Junior? How much closer? 1 away from stoking Junior's ego. And we get 5 extra votes. Served us well, no doubt. Did you need something? Heard stories about Hunt, curious, like to know more about the man, just checking on my crew. Commend you both for keeping spirits high. Gained Junior Stokes' loyalty. Now we don't need Hammond for immediate safety, just gotta keep Junior up. But it's still business as usual. I can still cook up a good meal, nothing has changed there. Worried about the vote, aren't you? Oh, was that it, Shaw? Why'd I be worried? The vote passed on the captain. Curious why voted the way you did? I don't care about that. Since vote passed and vote secured, generally am checking in. Are you now? Alright, let's just leave it at that, Grimly. Nice of you to check in, Shaw. But I think it's time the crew called it a night. Grimly walks off. An issue I'm not aware of? Shows some respect, I'm his captain. This crew was awfully fond of Hunt. Is there an issue I'm not aware of? A word to the wise, Robin. I have nothing against you, but we sure don't know you either. Like I've said before, multiple crew have mentioned it sure is odd for Captain Hunt to make an outsider his first mate when most of us have been sailing with him for years. It's gonna take more than simple pleasantries to earn Grimly's trust. What do you say, Grimly? Miss the water. Got used to playing on a rockin' ship. Started to feel sick when I'm off too long. First person I met to suffer land sickness. You get used to this too, I assure you. I miss it myself, that sense of constant movement, nothing else like it. Aye, you get it. Almost to 1/3? Don't dislike stillness. I like feeling like I'm going somewhere. Evening before we took off, Grimly and I stopped into a greasy spoon in the city. Their sausage and eggs was perfect, best I've ever had. Now I'm trying to remember its damn name that's left my head. Didn't take you for the sort from the city, want you to write it down. It was likely by the docks. Just look around once we return, you'll find it. Well, let's see. He is salt-born, so it probably was closer to the docks than not. If it's still there when we return, who knows when we'll be back. They could have closed down or fired their chef by then. Anyone below? Hammond, could we restore you? One of Templeton's team tried to talk to me while I was working. They were going on and on about their spouse or something. Ended up telling them to fuck off. Think they got the message. could have been more diplomatic, Hammond. You have full permission to do so anytime your work is interrupted. See, that's an easy +5 because we know Hammond. We know he's married to his work, which is why the previous option was so bad. Sarcasm for one option, and the other two options implying that he should take time away from his big, beautiful boiler. Maybe, yeah, sure, Hammond, there's a beast out on the ice. Might have been funny enough to him, but it was all precarious. Didn't need permission, but I need to understand. Okay, anyone else to talk to up here? Doc doesn't want to chat. Kurt. It's rather morbid, Shaw, but our last conversation had me wondering about those children of mine. Specifically, I wondered on whether I'd ever see them again. It's not something you should imagine I know, but that threat always exists on these expeditions. I signed on knowing that. Are you close with your kids? Best not to think of these things, Kurt. They must be proud of a famed explorer. Are you close with your kids? Not to all, and not as close as I should be. Even the youngest is grown now, Shaw. My time to be a parent came and went. I chose the ice. Aww. Fatherly regrets. Templeton, we're close to maxing out. And then we could upset him as much as we want and not have to worry. Evening, Captain. Have you been reading that textbook? I understand if you don't have the free time. I've been reading, it's interesting. You're right, I haven't had the time, to be honest. I have little interest in your area of expertise. I've been reading. Good. I had hoped you would enjoy it. I suppose the topic does provide an escape from the ice as well. And no one's sneaking into my old cabin. I gotta check every so often. I don't have a first officer assigned. Listen. Who are you dropping eaves on? Looks like Mr. Zack and one of the crew is at... What do you have in your pocket? What does it matter to you? Hunched over, clutching something, it's suspicious. Did Nomez steal the wine? I'm holding an egg, Nome. An egg? Why? Because Gnomes wishes to become an Etruscan mural. Keep my hands warm. A boiled egg keeps heat. That is actually rather ingenious. We know the code. Better than you lot, anyway. Clearly, Gnomes has played some Don't Starve together and understands the value of a heat stone. Still no sign of change, I take it? Afraid not, Templeton. The ice is yet to budge. Moving to the ice looks more and more to be a necessity as I see it. You may just be right, chum. Your team of scouts best be keeping their focus. If we cannot find a way from this pack. The two notice you. Ah, Captain! I wouldn't worry about the ice. My team will find a path, I have no doubt. They best, the Temperance won't be moving. At ease, Kurt, you're doing good work. I hope you're not distracted our navigator, Templeton. Now, they're both at max now. I don't have to play one against the other. These two are my most ardent supporters. Templeton has max loyalty. Kurt sees me as his darling. And everyone else is a work in progress. Thank you, Captain. I promise my team won't grow lazy. This is certainly not the place for it. Alright. To the next week, and we'll see if my two frostbitten crew die from neglect. I can cure crew of their freezing, but not of their frostbite. Three elephant seals. Nomez was wounded by an elephant seal. Succumbed to frostbite. Succumb to frostbite. 2 dead. Well, now we know how the frostbite mechanic works, right? So I should go back, since I thought that I could just... See, my thinking was that I could use the furnace option to cure everyone of their froze, and I could, if I had engineers to devote to it. So the smart play would have been, instead of 4 people to get frostbite at once, was it 5 people frostbitten, and my half rations cured 1? And then 4 left over to get frozened up? Week 7, now we're going back. Back to week 5, evidently. Rewind? Which is perfectly fine. The game gives the option. So, first request of the morning. Junior. +6 decorum. Kasha. Good day as well. More loyalty. Conduct interviews as you please. Gnomes. Restrict loss. Waste of our time. Focus on productive matters. -5 loyalty from Grimly. And then Lefty demoralized. But then Lefty, we could drop off. Focusal. Nothing to here. So no one's wounded, but we do have 1 demoralization. Math detectives on numbers rather than the words. They do not take the opportunity to talk about the stuff they do in word detective. Really chillin' chum. Does that mean it's not gonna be on your crosshairs? A waste of an interesting, longer plot line. Ah, that's a shame. So, Lefty is gonna get interviewed. Okay. Let me go through this methodically, right? Weapons hold I like, and we could always come back to it. So, if I assign Vern, I'll take if I take medium animal, I get more seals. Enough to grab 1 more item. I could do this too as well. Camp upgrade, 2 guns. But then again, if someone's gonna get injured each time we get a seal, an elephant seal, I might as well get 3 of them. I'm gonna come back here, because I want to open this door again anyway. Freezing. And then which one had the digger tools? 2 of these had digger tools, and I want that for better dogs. But either way, if I go to the furnace... Engineers to raise the heat requires 1 to 3. 1 to 3? I've only got 2 engineers, though. We'll cure a random 1 of freezing. So that means 2 people will be cured of their freezing. See, this time around, I'm actually seeing how the mechanics work. Pump flood water from all rooms, 1 room. So it is only, you only need as many people to pump as you have rooms flooded. And because there's only 1 room that I care about right now, then I think... See, everything else I can give or take. So I don't need 5 people assigned to this. You watch the ending, you think you have the idea? Well, unfortunately, that's sometimes how it goes, Chillin' Chum. If the game seems interesting, but it's not really a game you care to play, what's the harm in looking up information, right? But it turns out I've shot myself in the foot with something like that, because for the longest time I figured Yumi Neko was something I wasn't ever going to play, so I went ahead and I just looked stuff up online, got myself the gist of the story, and now that it's not just more popular, but also a lot more accessible to play, I want to, but I already know what's going to happen, because younger me was stupid, and would idly look up stories of things he was not able or not interested to play. And I've ruined it for myself. The flooded room can be entered again. Cool. I'll get to it later, though. Let's see. Engineers hold. Scientist hold. Medical tools and research is all that's interesting here. Digging tools 1. And ale kegs. So I have 3 freezing now, that's okay. And then general store, engineer store. Runt. Digging tools number 2. And engineering tools. And so that gets me 4 people who are cold, right? I got 4 cold boys. If you raise the heat, that'll be 2 who are thawed out. I'm gonna be honest, Chillin' Chum. I'm not gonna spoil myself on the story because there's the off chance that who knows, maybe someday I'll play Carmen Sandiego math. I doubt it, but you never know, right? And Carmen escapes anyway. Ah! That never happens in these games. It's ruined forever now. Sure, you never know. When I was in computer class back in Saipan, they had some math games, and there's always a chance that maybe someday I'll return to those math games as well. Doctor's office, there's no one to heal right now. If I get 2 extra who get frostbitten, we could cure them. So as long as I have 2 people by the end of today that I can cure, it'll be alright. We're gonna hunt the elephant seal. How about we do this last time? Hunt the elephant seal with 1, 2, 3. Crab eater seal this time. And then 1 extra because gun. And it's -3 dogs to scout even at the furthest extreme, because we got 2 digging tools. Can be bothered to the setup to play them. I mean, it's not like it's a Tiger electronic, right? Let me see. Math Detective. A 1998 mathematics learning game for children's ages 9 to 12. Software. Microsoft Windows, Mac, or classic Mac OS. If it's Windows software, we can run it. At the absolute worst, I would just have to set up a virtual machine if really necessary. But wouldn't be the first time. There's been a couple of games I had to set up a virtual machine for. Scout. Scout. And Scout. And that leaves me with 4 available crew remaining. How many rooms do I have flooded? 3 rooms. But I think for the time being I'm going to want push and fuel, yeah? I want to keep the push above 50 food. For the furnace, I've already got 2 extra coals. That'll keep it at 60. 60 is great. No sailors available. 2 engineers and 2 scientists. I'm not at risk of starvation, so I think what I'll do is assign... Oh my god, I didn't pick one up yet. Do I need to assign that? Feed the furnace. 82. So I don't think I need to raise the heat then. Since if I simply put a decent amount of people, if I simply put the heat to a decent level, that'll cure 2, right? And then if 2 people get frostbite, then we can settle them tomorrow? Except I shouldn't rely on people thawing themselves out like that. So we'll go ahead, raise the heat a bit. Instantly cure a random crew of freezing. And it doesn't seem to take away from my fuel level. The cost is in crew of engineers to devote to it. Healed freezing, healed freezing. Only 1 frozen now. Wait. 3 freezing, right? Because I got the extra camp tool that gives +1 when thawing them out. Increases cured by 1 when raising the heat. Even better. So, if I wanted, we could go in and grab something else to unlock, except flood stuff out. I can't choose which one to unflood. I have to unflood all of them. And because I can't do that, I've only got 2 workers available. let's go ahead and put 2 on the hooch train. Do the hoosh pot a little bit more. Normally, I wouldn't like going back to the previous week, the idea of that, because I want to live with consequences, right? But a few of these are mechanics I wasn't entirely sure with, like for all I knew, pumping out the flooded rooms would have been either myself or 1 or 2 crew at most. Didn't realize it was 1 per flooded room. And even though the game did tutorialize what would happen if someone is frostbitten at the end of the week, that was a while ago, alright? I could be excused for thinking, okay, they've been frozen, then frostbitten. Are they gonna get injured from this? Or nope, they're both dead. Alright. Urgency found. Hearing it loud and clear from here on out. This was the tutorial pair of weeks. And so, from here on out, anyone who gets frostbitten, we could actually deal with that with urgency. So, dinner time. Only thing is, there's 2 more who aren't... No, there's 1 available. 1 frozen, 1 busy. Because he's getting his picture taken. No, that's it then. Everyone's busy. Alright. Then to the mid-deck and let's have dinner. If I were to play the 2 detective games, you'd also suggest playing Where in Time as Carmen Sandiego. Could. Never played that one. I have played OG Carmen Sandiego, or a version thereof. And a very excellent clone on mobile that's no longer available. Technically it is if you install the APK, but for whatever reason, they had the genius idea of making it an online mandated game, because every time you get a new mission, maybe it was to save, like, software weight, but I guess all the randomized missions on that very fantastic Carmen Sandiego clone on mobile were hosted on the developer's side, right? It wasn't in the game itself. So the game would have to communicate with the dev server and receive one of the randomized missions. And because that server either the servers no longer exist or the server connection isn't there, you can't play it. You could install the game, you could play the game, but as soon as it's alright, Gumshoe, let's get your mission for the day, it's communicating with server. Server no longer exists. You're shit out of luck. I did mention it before, so it might sound familiar. It was such a good clone, though. It was an excellent clone. I mean, I guess the biggest disadvantage is no more Carmen Sandiego on the phone, since could always play old Carmen Sandiego. Eavesdrop. Drop the eaves. Drop all the eaves. Evening Shaw. Excellent work, Junior. Got a knack for this. More loyalty. Grimly. Power third for the crew. Hammond. Okay. I'm gonna see if Hammond has a different option here that he'd like. Get the feeling of being Watch Shaw. Pair of eyes on me while I'm working here. Overwork, get some rest, he doesn't like. Isolation might be getting to you, he definitely won't like. These two are bad. So maybe he's got a sense of humor. There's a terrible undiscovered beast lurking in the mist. He wanted the sarcasm. The way some of these characters act, I'd have thought he'd think I was making fun of him. You're bloody funny, aren't you, Captain? I'm not the superstitious sort, believe me. Well, we've secured his vote now. And Junior we're gonna get pretty soon. Talk about chess, would have enjoyed a game myself. Spoke to them both right. Kurt is super easy to talk to. Wasn't aware he had a daughter, Kurt. 2, in fact, both with the first wife. Templeton, he's gonna lend me his book. Would enjoy that, Templeton. Other reason I don't mind going back a couple of weeks here is if I go back a couple of weeks, maybe half an hour for both weeks. But if I replay the game from the beginning to change 1 or 2 tiny things, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Aren't losing focus, keep it up. See, get some rest yourself. For good boss. He likes good boss at least. He appreciates it even if Hammond doesn't. Gonna go with the same option I picked last time. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Templeton. More loyalty. You trained them well, won't be an issue. More loyalty. And then the next week. So, 100% morale already. If I give less extra food, they'll starve. So, instead, I go less extra fuel, because no one's frozen. There's one frozen, but with this fuel ration, he'll be cured of it. And so, no one's going to be frozen, and no one's going to be discontent. 4 crab-eater seals. No longer demoralized. No longer... I thought it said it would cure a freezing. That's okay. That's alright. But it said a random one cured a freezing, did it not? And I only had one frozen. But at least I can manage one. One is okay. Damn, Chillum, that's some spicy stuff you've sent to my Discord. 4 Carmen Sandiego box arts? Wow. Okay, map. We didn't reveal any leopard seals or any elephant seals, though. We could hunt some penguin. We got emperor penguin. Counts as medium, it looks like, because it still uses a shotgun. Is the Adelaide penguin too small for either gun, then? It is. Adelaide penguin is tiny game. Okay. Start off doing the meeting first. Such as leaving Temperance, making camp on the ice, more fuel burn the longer we stay, risking boiler incidents, smaller camp burns through much less oil. Ship is a shelter, ship is safety. Hammond, I have a support. I'm only gonna lose -5. I can regain the -5. What would be my opinion of Marble Madness? I'm glad people play Marble Madness because then I could watch them. I don't quite mesh very well with isometric precision. Marble Madness is that NES one that often shows up on like Best of NES, Big 20, or that Big John plays sometime, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. No, thank you. I'll play marble mini games when they pop up in other games, but I'm quite satisfied to not do isometric precision marble rolling. Isometric precision anything does not get along well with me. Remain for now. Lost Hammond's loyalty. I'll get it back. You've seen a number of times before, but heard people complain about the controls or something. I haven't seen people complain. I've mostly seen people who play the game for streams. And if they're playing the game for streams, chances are they like the game enough to devote themselves to it. Cordell. Make some dog loos. Tucker. Mast was damaged, but the ship isn't going anywhere soon. Someone could get injured, I'd rather avoid it. If I make it a nice thing. +5 loyalty. Suit yourself then, without losing anyone else's. Mr. Zack. Summoned by Templeton. Personal item. Felt it pertinent, let the captain know you're carrying a weapon. That's new. We didn't get that last time. You like Marble games, shouldn't Shun? You play Marble Madness Ultra? Maybe you could play Marble Drop? See, the thing for me, right, is I just can't really do isometric precision style. Like, if it's platforming isometric, I flounder each and every time. So, isometric rolling a small marble on diagonal courses, that's just not gonna happen. It's just incompatible with me. Full blessings to everyone else who likes it. Templeton. Why did you not tell me this earlier? Because he's a party officer, the member of staff, and he's got the ulterior motive of the benefactor. Excuse me. I'll get answers either way here. Perhaps this is my unfamiliarity with expeditions, but I'm surprised others did not bring an item to protect themselves. Many of the crew cannot afford such an item to themselves. Captain, it is up to you what to do with this revolver. With all due respect, this is my personal item, Captain. It is a captain's right to requisition any weapons on the ship. That includes your own. Free to hold on to it, be careful. As far as I know, none of the other sailors, crew, or passengers have a weapon. This puts Mr. Zack in a uniquely unfair position. If there's any sort of fight that he's involved with, or any sort of dispute that he's involved in, he has an unfair imbalance of power advantage. More useful in the hands of Cordell for the hunts? Cannot allow a single person to hold on to a weapon. Hand over the revolver, Mr. Zack. Plus 10 loyalty. And I got a revolver key item. A fine steel firearm, 6 shots, fires rapidly. I understand. Do well to avoid creating an imbalance of power among the crew. Exactly my thinking, Templeton. I doubt the sailors would take too kindly to such a thing. And then grimly, Shaw. Rumor going around, goes to Captain Hunt, can't allow to run rampant. Minus 10 decorum, but plus 10 loyalty. So now I've got Hammond just needs 5. Himley's got a long way to go. Junior just needs 10. Templeton is maxed out. Darling's maxed out. Ingrid's almost halfway. Arthur's above baseline. Kasha's almost done. So, first we'll start with the hunts. I can't get any food today because it's just penguins. I guess I'll send 1 hunt for penguins. Plus 1 Emperor Penguin. And then we'll send out Scouting Party. Scouting Party. And Scouting Party. Man, just crab-eater seals. Don't have enough dogs to hunt this one. 11 research. 11 research. Oh! That's not saying I have 11 research onto that thing. It's a research that I picked up. I could spend the research to find their migratory habit. So I need to make more research. Okay. Three crew required. Non-negotiable. And now we have our Dogloos here. So, do I need anything else down here? Food store. Food store has so little that I need. There's ale. I can make use of the ale. Ale. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crew that I could use. If I use 3 to pump out the floodwaters, that means I have access to 2 more crew remaining. But I also need to feed the hoosh and the boiler. The boiler should be okay. Six each to hoosh or furnace, crab-eater seals. The furnace is okay for now. If I keep the furnace at the default setting, then people get cured of their frozenness. The hoosh, however, could use some feeding. Spoiled rations. Not gonna be using that. I think the spoiled ration is gonna go in the furnace. Plus 18. It takes so many seals. I would have thought a whole seal would be more food than just 6 hoosh. Default 50, it's right there. So I guess let's clear the pumps. One, two. And it requires 3. So Ricky's gonna go in. And for discontent, Zach, who was forced to give up his gun. +1 research, 5 decorum. And now, do I grab the other gun? And some flares. I'll do that. We'll grab gun and flares. Then tomorrow, we'll get people frozen, getting the rest of the stuff that I want, and then abandon ship we go. That is a good plan to me. Oh, I got both guns. I just didn't get the flares. Flares a nail. The room is destroyed. Okay, so what else did I want? General stores, scientist hold, food stores, there's lots of frozen stuff. There's more coal in the engineer's hold. I guess I'll grab some food while I can too. It says 1 available at 25. Oh, there he is. I see him now. Tolson Tucker Higgs. Had I known that, I wouldn't have applied. My engineer to the task. Would have brought Tucker with me instead. Oh well. Spice crates. Feed the hoosh to gain 3 food for every malnourished or scurvy. 2 tin foods. And 1 spice crate. We'll go ahead and cure the our frostbitten guy. We got 1 frostbitten, and then we have 2 freezing. Freezing is okay though. Crew have their meal. Seemed a good captain. They both like that. Commend you both for keeping spirits high. Loyalty of Junior gained. Loyalty of Junior gained. So now I'm up to... Hammond is close to loyalty. Junior, we got loyal. Richard is maxed. Kurt is maxed. Arthur we got. Kasha we got. So just... Grimly to work super hard on. Clive needs one more. Ingrid is a work in progress. Hey, Hordian. How's it hanging? Do I know what? Genuinely am checking in. They shouldn't aware of, word to the wise, yada yada yada. Evening. Likely by the docks is a neutral answer. Doesn't gain or lose anything. Miss the water, miss it myself, nothing like it. Tiny bit of progress for Grimly. You'll leave the Gumbussy to you, but you'll take Clussy. Hey, Clussy's Clussy, Hordian. Whether it be clown girl or clown guy or otherwise. No reason they gotta be too discriminatory of what Clussy is Clussy as long as it's Clussy. Hammonds has permission to tell the scientists to fuck off if they're bothering him. Hammond loyalty gained. So Hammond loyalty gained. Junior loyalty gained. Grimly is the big project. He and Lady Cordell aren't too far apart. That's like 5 or 10. Although Lady Cordell is a little bit easier. Her threshold isn't as high as his. Let's see, Arthur, he's busy. Kurt, close with her kids. Not as much as he'd like to be. He chose the ice over his family. Templeton, been reading it. It is an interesting subject. Now we basically have the votes of everyone who represents a crew and not just themselves, except for Grimly. And he's Kurt doing good work. Building next to my kennels would often play music on a phonograph. Would hear it through the open window for months on end, would hear it as I worked. Over time grew used to it. Do you miss it? To an extent, more so I miss the routine. Just like her dogs. She and her dogs both require routine. You pinch their ass and it honks. Oh, Hordian. You don't think you do marble magic legit, Chillin' Chum? But imagine if you could, Chillin' Chum. Every time the best of Nest Big 20 comes around every year, Marble Madness is a pretty reliable candidate for which games are going to play in the competition. If you mastered Marble Madness, that only gives you 19 other games to be randomly chosen that you'd have to work on. The best of Nest Big 20, Chillin' Chum. This could be your rise to fame. It starts with Marble Madness, ends with DuckTales or Chippendales. You were never into Nest much? Well, now's the time to learn, Chillin' Chum. Okay, I got 2 frostbitten people and 1 frozen one being cured. If I spend the 50 fuel, it promises 2 crew members will be cured of freezing. They better not be lying, because I'm spending fuel on this. Four Emperor Penguins gained. Dogs are ready. Another week on the Snake of the Wind. Tashi cured of frostbite. Zack no longer demoralized after their gun out. Cured of freezing. Cured of freezing. Okay. So before I start the next week, this pretty much puts us right back where we were. Except 2 people didn't die of frostbite because I forgot the mechanic is if they're frostbitten at the end of that week, and I hadn't realized that the requirement to pump the rooms below scales depending on how many rooms are flooded. So from here on out, it's going to be pure. But because it took that time to get back to it, I gotta pee. Have you seen the condition that we're in? The ice is frozen and all around us. When it gets cold out, when it gets blizzardy, when I'm stuck in a blizzard, for some reason, that makes me have to pee more. So I'll be right back. Normally, the cats are all over the desk, around this time at least. But I haven't seen them all day, not since feeding them lunch. And I went to check, and they're actually just napping out of the living room, Onyx on the couch, Toasty in his cat hut. I guess with these dark and chilly evenings, they're just as happy to just bundle up and stay rested. It also means that they're gonna wake up extra early in the morning to wake me up for food. And no, Hordian, I have not been following the devs of the game. This is one of those games that popped up on my Steam discovery queue. Thought it was cool, added it to the wish list, finally got around to it, but I haven't kept up. The ambience music is making me very sleepy. Well, if nothing else, Toasty, if you're crawling in from the window, then who did I just see in the living room cat hut? But you have a good night, Hordian. Glad I could help you fall asleep. Toasty, you want to sit on my lap like you did the last time? It turns out, Toasty, you like sitting on my lap, right? Cozy? Between the pajama bottoms and the robe? Daily Japanese lesson for bed, exciting. Best of luck with it. Toasty, don't get all over the desk, Toasty. If you want to get on there, no, Toasty, blah, blah, blah. I'm freeing up space for you, Toasty. There's all this other stuff all over the desk. Are you sure you want to be over there? And not on my lap where it's cozy. Desk hard, lap soft. Don't step on the keyboard. Only one of us is allowed to play the game, Toasty. It can't be both of us. Alright, into the next week. Week 7, right? The ship hasn't collapsed yet. Big yawn, Toasty. Oh, look at this guy. How's my stores looking? I got 4 little penguins. Plus 9 to Hush. What is an Emperor Penguin? Emperor Penguin does a lot better than the Crab Eater Seal, which is 6 Furnace, 6 Hush. So, penguins are great for food. 2 more crates of tinned food. And everyone is in good condition. Let's do my morning rounds to say hello to everyone. That young woman, Kasha. The flash of her camera startled my dog several times now. It's growing tiresome. Toasty. I know the topic is dog. Oh, no, Toasty! If you step on the keyboard, you might select an option. These options are important. Come here, Toasty. Come here. You're scrounging for random bits of fluff on the desk to eat. Come over here, Toasty. Gotta move the mic out of the way just to get you over. Toasty, I was just saying how cute it was that you and Onyx were sleeping in the living room. Could you get back to that state? Could you get back to napping inside your cat hut, Toasty? I miss you too. 'Cause you weren't crawling all over my desk all day. But could we get back to not crawling all over the desk? Little baby? Here, how about I put you on the bed for now? Yeah? There you go. Bed is very nice and cozy, Toasty. Unavoidable she won't like. Are there respectable photographs? She doesn't care. If it proves a great distraction, let me know. Captain, I doubt your word will be enough to stop her. The camera is her sole purpose out here. Toasty! Here, lay down over here, okay, Toasty? That's a perfect spot. If you want to be close, Toasty. No, come on. Just because a key dropped doesn't mean you gotta go sniff it. I finally got you in place, Toasty. As much as an annoyance it can be, it would not be right to rob her of that. She's very considerate of others. Whoa, 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 whoa. Careful, Toasty. Keyboard is off limits. Keyboard is not for little kittens to play with. What are you chewing, Toasty? Is that a nail? Is that a fingernail? This guy gets 3 meals a day plus snacks, and he's still such a glutton. He popped open the recycling bin and pulled a bunch of stuff out. I'm not too surprised at doing things like chewing through a cardboard box to see if there's food that's soft. But this guy punctured at least 5 bite sites on an aluminum can. How? You punctured your teeth through an aluminum can multiple times, Toasty. That didn't irritate you? That didn't send shivers all up your body? That makes me cringe just thinking about it in the purest sense of the word. Spoiled rations. It's more for the hoosh then. Not for the hoosh, for the boiler. Spoiled coal too. But I should see what all I want to collect. Toasty is cringe, not because he's got bad opinions online. He's cringe because the thought of biting into an aluminum can makes every nerve on your body activate and quiver. It's actual cringe. It's real cringe. You can't deny it, Toasty. We know about your cringe already. Okay, let's do the weekly requests. Toasty, out of the way. Your butt's kind of blocking the game, Toasty. Toasty, how are you getting entangled up in all the cables here? Here. You could lay on the mouse pad if I move the mouse over here. Is that okay, Toasty? Mwah. Cute little butterfly. Here, let me snag your pic, Toasty. Since someone was naughty today, you and your brother sitting perfectly in front of the window with the autumn leaves behind you. And what do? But you see me with the phone and move. No, Toasty, come back. Toasty. There. That's a serviceable snap. Send that to your dad to maintain streaking. Okay. Cordell first. Cordell's easy to please. Captain, thank you for building some proper shelter for the dogs. 10 loyalty! Oh, she's over halfway. I appreciate the assistance from the... Toasty, don't step on the keyboard. I moved it to my lap to get it out of your way. Do you want to get on my lap now, or are you just that desperate to sit on the keyboard? Here. We'll try lap Toasty for now, alright? There you go. You want to sit like this? This is okay, right, Toasty? Okay, he's curling up now. I think the cat is finally satisfied. Well, the dogs are an important factor in this expedition. I am certain you and your kennel will repay us in kind. You need not worry about that, Mr. Templeton. Again, thank you, Shaw. Grimly, Shaw put a stop to those rumors going on about Hunt. That simple? The sailors do seem to listen to you. Aye, you'll not be hearing them whispers again. Okay, they're just reporting. Captain, I would find it wise to have a word with a journalist among our crew. For whatever reason, Hunt allowed for a photographer with no sailing experience to tail alongside this expedition. As it stands, Cassia Belford's record is what will stand the test of time when this expedition is spoken of. And it would seem she has not made allies of the crew. This little toasty is just slithering all over the desk. He's like a snake right now. Toasty, with your butt in the air, and you sitting right next to the mic, you better not fart on chat. Where's my buttons? Got my buttons over there, you better not sit on them. No, don't follow the noise, Toasty. That noise is getting the buttons out of your butt's way. Cassia's not the type to make enemies, but as of yet has not made friends. How so? Is it necessary she makes friends? How so? She's not the type to make enemies. Not with purpose or malice, Captain. The sailors of this crew are a private lot. They do not take kindly to the prying eyes of a landlubber, as they would say. Remember, Captain, she controls the story. She controls your story. And as long as we're very capable on this expedition, Templeton, then we're going to have nothing but rave reviews from our benefactor and the public. Best to have a word. Remember, Shaw, reputation can be fragile. You do not need an unflattering image at a time like this. Okay. Toasty, could you please sit anywhere? How about this, Toasty? How about this? Follow me. Toasty! Follow me, Toasty, baby. Come on, let's go. Let's go, Toasty. Let's go. Let's go. Big stretch, Toasty. Big stretch. Big stretch. Let's go. Big stretch. And then I shut the door. Listen. Fucking hell. What is it this time, Tucker? These bloody cigs aren't worth shit I stepped in. You're the only man I know who could step in shit on ice, mate. Ha, bloody right. Dogs are all fine, but no fish for them. Does penguin count as a fish for this purpose, the same way capybaras count as fish for Lent? Scientist storeroom. Gather research papers and journals. We do gotta get out of here. For every scientist I assigned, gain 3 decorum instantly, as well as 1 research for expedition. That's cool. But let me see. I gotta assign hunters and expeditions. Pantry's all spoiled now. We've also gotta eavesdrop on the boiler. When was the last time you slept, Chief? I got a good couple hours in a while back. A couple? You're gonna work yourself to death before it can even make land. Heard that before, but it hasn't bloody happened yet. Back to work. We're going to leave the ship today. But engineer's hold will get us a couple of coal. General storage hold, I think, is ale in it. Scientist hold. Lefty, you're with me. Coal and coal, there it goes. And Lefty's now freezing. I think general stores will be alright. Peck. Mostly for the timber. I don't really care about the spoiled food. Total of 102. Where's that timber at? Research, captain's hat, spice crates. $17. It said 102. Only furnace plus 17. Can be burned for fuel. Well, that's okay for now. I've already got the research from the scientist's hole. There's not really anything else in there I didn't really need. So I could ask the engineers to raise the heat. If I assigned one engineer, both would be healed. One engineer, cures one, and then plus one. Healed freezing, and healed freezing. Okay. I'm picking the wrong thing. Stairs, dummy. And then let's abandon ship. I've made my decision. There's nothing else we need on here. Abandon ship. The furnace is torn from the boiler. We're heading out then? Best tell the lads. Now the question is, does this end the week, or could I assign people after doing this? We're moving out? Yes, captain's orders. For now we should focus on setting up a campsite on the ice. Leave the equipment hauling for later? No worries, I'll get them to work. We'll have the camp set up before you know it. You're taking that with you? You're taking that with you? Aye. Can't go day without it, can you? Oi, the crew like the music. Fair enough. You better get to hauling them lifeboats then. They're a bit more important than an accordion. I know. Arf! Arf! Calm, Stanbury. We're simply moving to the ice. Arf! Yes, yes, it's all very exciting. If the rest of you behave yourselves, you'll be treated to an extra helping of soup. Well, there we have it. The heart of the ship, ripped clean from her chest, but she still beats for the crew. How long were you waiting on that one? Well, at least 2 weeks. 'Cause it was shite. No time for poetry. Captain, let's get this bloody surface set up on the ice. Key items, 1 furnace. Look at that. Like I said, McCall would be so happy. We're getting so much. Camp map fill out. What are you doing up there? Now's the last chance to get a shot like this. Isn't that dangerous? Don't worry, I've done it before. Don't tell the captain. Okay. There, perfect. Farewell, Temperance. Captain, I hope your new lodgings are to your comfort. If not, I'm afraid you will have to power through until rescue. We say goodbye to the Temperance, but our work is far from over. Nothing to protect us from the ice now. We aren't gonna get anywhere holding onto that anchor. And what is our next order of business? You've done well to already strip the lower decks of the ship. Perhaps the wildlife would be our next focus. Regardless, we need our wits about us. We stand alone against the ice now. It's still midday, good. Remember, Shaw, reputation can be fragile. Yeah, you already told us that. There's dinner time. The furnace is all right here. We're very spread out. They said the furnace would take more fuel to heat up the ship. Well, the camp is spread out as it is. Though I guess they got tents there. They got tents to keep themselves... The tents have got to be less protective than a whole ship, though. Hoosh pots. We still got the forecastle and the rest of the ship to access. Still making use of the doctor's office? Nah, he's out of there. Scientist storeroom we could still use. My old cabin, doubly old now. Strip for timber. I have to assign... I should probably assign them earlier rather than later. Since this thing is going to collapse very likely. The red room's already flooded. The boiler's flooded, coal bunker. Okay. Let's see what extra tasks we have around. Medical tent and red room, I guess. Anyone free for an interview and portrait? We could talk to her, but not talk to her right now. Doctor. We've already got a medical thing, right? Medical tools. That would be under resources. Yeah, medical comforts. Kennels. Still no fish. And there's our map. So, let's start off by assigning our hunters. I would love to find the elephant seal migration path, but I'm just under half the research necessary. We'll do one hunt here. Deployed and deployed. I can only send 2 after the big game, and that gets us 3. Alright. For each I assign, I'll get 3 decorum instantly, as well as 1 research for the expedition. That's not a lot. Let's do more scouting. More scouting. Nine crew available. Scout some more or hunt some more? Let's see how the hoosh pot is doing. Hoosh pot, I got so little food. Emperor Penguin is not. It's a nice source of hoosh, though. Crate of tinned food for 20. This isn't gonna last me very long, though. Feed the hoosh. Furnace. Feed the furnace. I still got this. And so let's go ahead and set crew to strip for parts. It's only +1 timber each, though. Timber gives 17 furnace, whereas sack of coal gives 2. It gives 20. So I think for the time being, it's probably wiser to shovel coal while we still can. And since food and fuel are good for the night, I thought that was water rising. That's just the kitchen tile, I guess. Then the next expedition. With these arrows down there, I thought there were more locations to look at. Checking how the ice shifts. Send out another expedition then? Then what shall we do? Got the map here. I think we'll assign the scientists to do a bit more research. Gather research papers and journals. Three to quorum instantly, as well as 1 research each. And now that I have 2 crew left, Cavity Zoom and Runts Da Ward. How about we could do Scientist Hold. One frozen we could deal with. Medical comforts, 2 medical comforts, and 10 lemons. And now it's just that room we haven't gotten back into, but that's fine. And then 1 timber gained. 1 whole timber. Tables stripped and bundled. I feel like I might as well commit to the full team then, if I only get that 1 chance. And they're like, nah, it's fine. There's no more wood there. I got us 1 timber, that's enough, as opposed to 4 max. Alright, crew, dinner time. It's a lot more cozy here. Well, it's not as intimate, they're not as tightly packed, but it looks a bit more comfortable out there in the open like that. The crew returned to their posts, despite the time is still bright light outside. Excuse me. And going to stay full bright light outside. Shaw, it has been quite some time since we met. When I first met you at the docks, I found it difficult to read you. Reserve your judgment, Templeton? Are your thoughts different now? Do you not have a say in the crew? Are your thoughts different now? That remains to be seen, does it not? I can say I did not see this turn of events ahead of us. You ever had pancakes, Shaw? Served some for Captain Hunt once, and he started demanding them every time. Can only have them early into a trip, though. Ingredients don't keep that long. Stop, you're making me hungry. I'm sure you can make something similar to what we have. Hunt was fond of your cooking, wasn't he? He hired me. It would be odd if he wasn't. He didn't take me on as a charity, Shaw. Hunt's not the type for that. York III. A crew member approaches you during dinner. Captain, you look like you could use some more to eat. Taking up the responsibility of captain is as admirable as it is unenviable. Please, help yourself to some of my own rations. Frankly, I'm stuffed. No time for toadying, needn't attempt it. That's one of Kurt's surveyors. He needs the food more than I do. Thank you, but there's no need. Decorum and loyalty with you can get loyalty with people when not talking with them, because word travels around, I guess. Oh, well, the offer's always there. Yorick III returns to the seated position. As others of the crew look at them with annoyed expressions. What does Fennec send me? It would appear their attempts at gratifying command was unsuccessful. Some eavesdropping. You get your photo snapped by that photographer too? Aye. She's a landlubber for sure. I forgot to send someone, that's okay. Treating us like we're some novelty. I don't have much of a problem with it. Good conversation at least. I'd rather less good conversation out here. And there I was, face to face with the leopard seal. Dangerous creatures cannot be mistaken for your average seal. Natural hunters, much faster on land than you'd expect. How'd you deal with that then? I was lucky I had my hunting shotgun at the ready. We were feasting on leopard seal that night. No, you weren't. It only provides 6 meat to the hoosh. Of course, of all the times the crew weren't filming. Pull the other one. It's true. This other time Kurt continues to ramble on. Too late to... Oh, is it too late? It isn't. Crew for an interview. Oh, but everyone's busy. I should have assigned the guy that was bashing tables. Dr. Nutley. Ah, Mr. Templeton. I trust all is going well as can be. All thanks to your expertise, I take it. I try my best. You should continue to do so. We wish not any further incidents. Nutley, how you holding up? Captain, is there anything you miss from home? I don't mean anything important. I'm sure there are people you miss. I mean small comforts. Does warmth qualify? Why linger on it? Best to keep your focus on the current situation. The people, mostly. Not exactly a small comfort, but I understand. It's difficult not to think about my family. Personally, I miss tea. I would drink a cup every morning and right before sleep. I didn't think I would miss such a simple habit so much. Okay, so no one's injured, we just have one freezing. But that could be fixed pretty easily. The one thing about this map is that the little dots are so much harder to see if I don't zoom all the way in. And because the camp is so spread out, I'm encouraged. It's even smaller when you get to a medium zoom like this. Evening, Captain. There was a song that found itself stuck in my head earlier. The dogs were pleased that I began humming it. I fear I may have to make it a habit. Aspiring singer, the crew get a kick out of it. Music reminds me of home, I take it the same for you. There's no home to be reminded of. I prefer to keep moving. Perhaps the ability to do so is what I miss. Dogs. Where do I get fish for them? Where do I set up my ice fishing? Grimly, do you ice fish? Been trying to come up with a new song. Something about seals, I'm thinking. Hard to think, though. Winds are too distracting. But I haven't had a new song in a while. Creative sort, then. Keep it light. The crew would appreciate something jovial. Anything but seals. Come up with something away from the ice. I'm sure the crew would appreciate some joviality. Aye, that's the plan. Harder to think jovial out here. You're not married, are you, Shaw? Take it from me. If you ever do find yourself wedded, it's never as easy as it looks. What brought this on? I won't make your mistakes if that's what you're suggesting. I love that answer. Leave the melancholy behind, Kurt. We're only as good as the unhappiest man. What brought this on, Kurt? Late evenings on the ice grant you quite a lot to look back on. And I've had a long life to look back on, Shaw. Eavesdrop? Who we got here? That photographer, Belford? What about her? Did she come snooping around your tent as well? Aye, I caught her prying a couple of times. I can guess she found nothing on you. No, she did not. We could all learn something from you, Tashi. Oh, there's some drama going on here. Crew has got something to hide. Worked with a lot of captains in my time. Half of them don't know their arse from their elbows. You're different from most of them. Better or worse? Live up to your expectations. Have you ever worked with a good one? Man, we know he likes sarcasm. And these are all sarcastic answers. Have you ever worked for a good one? No. Wow, thanks, Hammond. If you want to change that, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna call it a night, see you for breakfast. Kasha. As you pass by, you see Kasha adjusting her camera as she stands, partially obscured as she finds the right angle for shots. As you step to her side, she raises a head and looks to you. What are you taking photos of? You stop taking pictures? Why don't you join the camp proper? What are you taking photos of? The crew, of course. This is quite the unique situation we're in. I want to capture the mood. Maybe I could place it beside our initial crew photos, compare and contrast. That's brilliant. Don't have to just capture everything, enjoy the others if you wish. Kurt remains in good spirits. I'm sure many have stories to tell. Cash's eyes start to dart the crew, briefly lingering on the statue of Kurt, then back to you. Of course, I'm sure many of them have plenty to share. For now, though, I think I'm better off in the background, taking pictures from a distance. Intimidated. Of course not. Why would I be intimidated? Is it really that obvious? It's simply that I followed Kurt's expeditions a lot as a child, so seeing him in person is odd. Is he shorter than you expected? The man's twice the size of Brian Blessed. You're starstruck? I wouldn't put it that way. There's a common adage you may have heard, never meet your heroes? I'd like to avoid becoming one who repeats that adage. Worried about being disappointed. But without an interview from Kurt, your chronicle isn't complete. But are you worried about being disappointed? Nah. If she takes an interview, then that disappointment won't even manifest. You're right. I hate that you're right. It's more that up until now, he's been an idea? Does that make any sense? He's just a person like you and I? This is serious, Kasha. Now is hardly the time to have a celebrity crisis. But I get her. She's fond of the idea of Kurt in her head. And here's the real man. I suppose so. Well, I'll leave you be. I'm still looking for the right shot. Well, we haven't sorted anything out there. So I think that's all to be done here. Alright, to the next week. I'm having to spend more and more fuel to prevent people from freezing and starving. I guess this represents the food stores on the ship running out, so we better get hunting. And the nights are getting colder. It's minus 17 degrees Celsius now, so we need more fuel to stay on top of things. Confirm rations. If I drop the food rations down, one will become malnourished. But we'll gain +3 to our... What is it? To our hoosh because of the spice rack? I gotta maintain, I can't afford to get people starving and frozen yet. But that's minus 50. Minus 50 every week. This is gonna be rough sailings. 3 elephant seals. Another week on the ice. Freezing on the sled hunt? No fair. Freezing and wounded. His little icon in the bottom there is even half red, half blue. Week 8. -1 crew, that's just because he's wounded, right? Invalid, because he's both freezing and wounded. I guess because he's wounded. Killian Smurf Sanders and Joseph Joe Gren both have locks. But only Amelia Corvid Sparrow is marked as not locked. They're all missing, but she doesn't have a lock on her. Well, there's some eavesdropping to do. Ah, doctor, how are you holding? Still finding yourself with bouts of sickness? No, that isn't a problem. It was only seasickness. Now that we're no longer at sea, my stomach is settled. For the most part. If you ever feel the queasiness set in once more, I learned an old trick in my travels. Simply close your eyes and count backwards from 10. It worked me a treat in my youth. Right, I'll try that. Anybody else whispering? There's no one else about. Dogs to pets. We'll go ahead and set 2 Johns to heal up. I'll wait until later tonight in case anyone else gets injured, because there's always a possibility if someone gets injured, and I've already sent 1 person to the doctor, that I can't use them again. Okay. Let's start the weekly requests. That sounds like a lot more than weekly requests. That's the ship coming apart! Everyone's all lined up to watch it. It's a good thing I grabbed as much coal as I could. Oh man, it's not just coming apart, it's getting crushed in the ice. Crushed and sealed over. So everything we could have gotten is just gone. She's gone. Heads hang low amongst the crew. Mass demoralization. Well, each demoralized person gives a -5 per week. I could turn -15 into -10 for this week. We'll send Runton first. Now we'll send his dog. One research, 5 decorum. I can do this every week because that 1 research is going to add up. But man, it's like, it really is like tectonic plate action in motion just localized to this iceberg. Take requests. Kasha and Junior. Kasha, you first, you're right here. I like that rug we have hanging over. Captain, take a look at this. Before the ship sank, I was checking the cabins of, well, the missing crew. Seems they left behind a good amount of their belongings. A good few books and the like. Not much use for them now. I'd put them at the top of the list to burn for fuel. We can't do that. Yes, we can. We are in need of as much fuel as we can find, Belford. You would need a good reason to preserve them. These aren't simply novels the missing crew brought with them for leisure. They left their journals behind, their diaries, logs of their life on this ship and before. This can't be burned. Captain, I request that I hold on to these journals for use in my report. I think the rest of the crew would appreciate their stories being preserved. The crew might appreciate it. I'm sure everyone understands that they're a few feet of ice away from death right now. I suppose the sailors would not take kindly to the burning the remnants of their lost colleagues. Aye, but what else do we have? Not much else we can burn, is there? It's just books, though. Books aren't going to burn all that well. Not for long. Hammond doesn't dislike me right now. If I lose -5, that's okay. That won't be necessary. Kasha, keep the books for your report. +10, loyalty for only a -5. Absolute maximization, and back to baseline, that's okay. Better find something better to burn then, Captain. We can't hold on to bloody well everything. Thank you, Captain. I'll ensure that the story is told. Won't be able to do that if we freeze to death. We can always burn them later, if we really became desperate. I have a very nice rug here I could burn. Junior. Shaw. I don't suppose you've been keeping track of the days? Of course I have. Well, you'd be pleased to know that today is Imbolg. I'm not aware of such an occasion. Not surprised you would recognize it. To us, it's a major holiday. Don't expect to ask a day off. No, Imbolg often comes with a traditional feast. I thought it might be good to hold one for the sailors' sake. It's only minus 25. No problem there, treat them to a feast. Nice idea, but we can't spare the rations. No holidays on the ice, celebrate when you return to land. I just have to make up 50 rations, right? Worst case scenario, someone gets malnourished. Although we're already at 100 decorum, as far as the risk-reward calculation comes out, it wouldn't have been the worst if I said no. Aye, I'll see to it. Plus 10 loyalty with Junior. I'll make sure they have the best Imbolg feast they can. Shaw, I was investigating the tinned foods we picked up for the Temperance. I should have expected this, but the tins were spoiled in the flooding. Is it still edible? Are you serious? We cannot afford to be too selective. It may not be pleasant, but if it can be eaten without poisoning the crew, it may still serve as rations. Hard to tell for certain there. Well, it's certain to taste like death, but it may still be edible. The may in that sentence is not so comforting. You're the one who said that we can't be too picky, Templeton. Food is food, but I'm not sure it's worth the risk. What do you think, Shaw? A malnourished status effect will become the severe status effect scurvy after a week. Unless cured, crew with scurvy will die after a week. Worst case scenario? We do have tins of lemons or whatever. We have a little bit of buffer if we do get scurvy. We need all the food we can get. Right now, we'll keep it on standby. Minus 5 loyalty for both. Junior's still okay. Grimly is further and further away from 1/3. I suppose we can't afford to be picky, can we? Crew are sure to gripe about the taste. Add them to the pot if you think it's worth it. I should have just said no. I could always choose to add them later, if I really was desperate to. Who we got around to eavesdrop on? Do you have any experience with cameras? No, but they can't be too complicated. Why, did you go and break yours? No, but I was wondering if something did happen. You would at least have some parts to fix it with. Aye, I should. Question is if I want to waste good parts on a bloody camera. Spare parts? You're hardly going to be wasting them. What more could some spare scrap be used for? You have no idea. Okay. Nobody else in the captain's cabin. No one hanging around here. Whoosh pot, we gotta feed in a big way. At least for the boiler, the furnace. Coal goes in, we stay alive, and coal we've got. Since between that and the timber, I had as many people on the coal as I could on the final day. Then as for the whoosh... Cure's freezing! If I put elephant seal blubber... Oh, look at how good elephant seal is, though! 18 whoosh! And then 15 furnace on top of curing freezing. I bet you there has to be a mechanic where you can overhunt a creature to death. Even... Even if you put all of your research into finding their migration path, I bet you that you could overhunt them and they'll be gone forever. Fish! We can hunt fish! We can get 4 fish? But I don't know how much fish is worth, though. I have Onyx scratching on my door. I got both cats awake. It has been about 4.5 hours almost, which puts us at like what? 1 hour since the last BRB? But I gotta tend to the kids, so... No music out here, huh? Where's my music? So, let's put the map over here like this. And then I'll be back in a few. Oh, these cats! Yeah, that's right, Toasty. I'm talking about you. Gonna be talking mad smack about you pretty soon, Toasty. I go outside, and Toasty is not just jumped up on the counter, he's jumped up on the kitchen sink, trying to get at a bag of ground beef that I got thawing in there. I chase him off, and then I come back in the room to grab something. Onyx smacks at Toasty as if punishing him too. Then I get back to the kitchen, and then what does Onyx do but hunch over the counter, sniffing around, trying to see if he can't get anything, and chase him off. Grab my water, grab my tea, turn around, Toasty's back up on the kitchen sink. Yeah, I'm talking about you, Toasty. Worse yet, because I got my water bottle hanging off my arm, when he jumps off the counter, it's right into it. I want to be mad at the poor baby, but then I gotta be comforting to him because he's bashed his head into something again. He runs into so many walls, or he used to when he was like really energetic, running around in a new apartment that he's never been in. When we first got him, you know. Called the crew for dinner before doing anything else? No. Okay. Fuel, I got plenty. Hoosh pots. Feed the hoosh pots. I guess if you feed one. Well, no. It's like if I give it to the furnace, it cures freezing. It's just simply lots of food. We'll hold on to this then. Crab eater seal. Hoosh plus 10 and causes malnutrition. Tin lemons. I don't have much food. I don't have much food. We can always get more elephant seals, so there's plenty for today. I'm amazed at a giant, like 18 hoosh. That's a lot of seal. You're telling me this whole seal isn't going to feed them for an entire day. I gotta put 3 elephant seals in the pot to satisfy 25 people for one night. 3 elephant seals. Average weight elephant seal. Full-grown males can reach lengths over 13 feet and weigh nearly 4,400 pounds. Females significantly smaller than males, but are also quite large. Assume we just cooked 3 females. 10 feet long, 1,300 pounds. And I need to cook 3 of them to satisfy 25 people. 3. How many people can eat 1 large pizza, 1 kilogram biryani, 1 kilogram rice, 1 cup of rice, 1 pound cake, 1 turkey, 1 kilogram chicken, 1 gallon ice cream, 1 pound of pasta? Funny Google search recommendation, but no. How many people can eat 1 elephant seal? I'm seeing how much they eat. How many people can 1 elephant seal feed? The AI overview being like, there isn't much info about how many people 1 elephant seal can feed, but here's some related info about elephant seals. I don't care, AI, clearly. The only alternatives is you say you don't know and give bullshit information you don't need, or you make stuff up. Either way, you've proven to be worthless. Elephant seal as food. Seal meat is a flesh, you clean the blubber of organs. Blubber and organs is sealed, used as food for other animals. For numerous ways, hunger drive for consumption. Onyx, welcome to the desk, but do you have to go through the microphone and all the wires to get to the window? You normally get to the window by way of the bed. Kids. Three elephant seals only gives enough hooch for 1 week. I mean, I guess the fact that we're eating it over the course of the week might accommodate how little food it provides. But we're 25 people, we're not a whole village. Well, let's go find more of them. We'll get 2 more people wounded. Only 2 people per hunt. That's great, because that means I get 6. That I could send out 2 more doggy teams. "16 out of 30 research. I gotta find where they are. They're the big guns. I need those big guns. Let's do some research today. I do gotta scout too, though. Just more research spot. A pressure ridge. More fishing. Okay. I'm gonna run out of stuff pretty... I'm guessing that the fishing is a safer, reliable area. Safe, reliable choice, but probably doesn't provide as much in the way of food or fuel. So, fuel I got plenty. Food, I'm alright for the week. Hey, Onyx. Hold on, Onyx, hold on. No, don't shut...